Chapter 129. Wang Lin looked at the bowing Su Ligua and was about to speak when his expression suddenly changed. Zhou Gang and company's bags of holding immediately flew into Wang Lin's hand. At the same time, he waved his right hand and several fireballs flew out. They landed on the serene disciples and corpse puppets and immediately disappeared. Then his hand reached out and grabbed Su Ligua. Su Ligua didn't dare to resist and quickly flew into the air. He turned into a ray of light and disappeared. At this moment, the disciples of the other three sects of Ho Fun finished collecting the burning gold fruits and left the three volcanoes. Wang Lin returned to the cave, put the burning gold vine on the ground, and threw Su Ligua's origin soul. Su Ligua quickly bowed and said, "Fellow cultivator, let's talk this out. As long as you let me go, I'll agree to any request. It was my fault just now, please don't be angry." Su Ligua felt very sullen. He was a nascent soul cultivator, but because his body was destroyed, his nascent soul was on the verge of collapse, and his cultivation level dropped greatly. Plus, he couldn't afford the high price of a nascent soul body. After thinking about it, rather than stealing the body of a low-level disciple from another sect, which would cause him endless trouble, he decided to spend some money to buy one from Serene. This way, he would be able to recover without worry. However, stealing the body of a Foundation establishment cultivator would take too long to recover. This was the same as cultivating from the beginning. Right now, he was only at the late stage of Foundation establishment. This nascent soul only had the appearance, it didn't have the strength it should have. Adding on Wang Lin's arrogance, the current Su Ligua could be said to be a paper tiger that couldn't withstand a single blow. However, if Su Ligua's cultivation recovered to the core formation stage, the result would be completely different. Wang Lin turned a deaf ear to Su Ligua's begging. His eyes lit up and his right hand hit the wall next to him, sealing the cave behind him. Su Ligua's expression slightly changed and he secretly cursed. His body quickly flew back into the wall. Wang Lin didn't stop him. He spread out his G-Realm Divine Sense, and a flash of red lightning appeared in front of Su Ligua. Su Ligua's body trembled and a destructive force filled his body. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and grabbed Su Ligua's trembling origin soul. Wang Lin stared at the origin soul and pondered for a while. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. The moment he saw Su Ligua's primordial spirit, an extremely familiar feeling suddenly arose. He thought about it carefully for a long time along the way, but he still couldn't figure out where this familiar feeling came from. When he looked at Su Ligua's origin soul, he suddenly remembered that this origin soul was similar to the wandering souls in the Nirvana space. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and a thought appeared in his mind. If he could devour wandering souls like he did in the Nirvana space, then his G-Realm Divine Sense would increase a lot. Also, wandering souls were very powerful and could devour any cultivation level. Once he had a certain amount of wandering souls in the life space, it would be very easy for him to find Ting Huayuan for revenge. Most importantly, Wang Lin knew that if he encountered a core formation cultivator, he would have no choice but to run. However, with wandering souls, even if a core formation cultivator came looking for him, he would have the power to protect himself. If there were a bit more wandering souls, even if it was a nascent soul cultivator, Wang Lin would still dare to fight. He knew that his techniques were too weak. To be more accurate, he only knew a few low-level techniques. Aside from the flying sword, he didn't have any other treasures. After experiencing what happened in Zhao, Wang Lin's mentality changed greatly. Everything he did now was to make himself stronger so that his fate would no longer be controlled by others. Su Ligua's origin soul made Wang Lin's heart beat faster. Since I can't take the wandering souls out of the Nirvana space, then can I try to make one here? Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal flew out. He pointed at the wall and the piece of metal flew out. A moment later, a stone room was dug out. Taking advantage of this time, Wang Lin used his extreme knowledge to forcibly erase Su Ligua's divine sense. After all, it was the divine sense of a nascent soul cultivator. Even if his cultivation dropped, Wang Lin used almost all of his extreme knowledge to barely succeed. At this time, Su Ligua's origin soul had become a translucent, unconscious object. After the stone room was finished, the piece of metal flew out and returned to Wang Lin's bag of holding. Wang Lin swung his right hand and threw the origin soul into the stone room. After leaving a trace of extreme knowledge around as a restriction, Wang Lin adjusted his breathing and left the cave again. After searching the nearby mountains, Wang Lin caught a few small beasts and returned. Su Ligua's origin soul was floating in the air, motionless. Wang Lin looked at it for a while and threw a small beast into the stone room. Once the small beast entered the stone room, it immediately hissed a few times and ran to the corner. It curled up its body and looked around cautiously. It turned a blind eye to the origin soul in the air. Wang Lin frowned and looked at the two parties in the stone room. After pondering for a while, he strengthened the extreme knowledge restriction around him and ignored it. Instead, he dug another stone room and put the remaining small beasts inside. After doing this, Wang Lin slapped his forehead with his right hand. The heaven-defying bead immediately flew out from between his eyebrows. After circling in the air, it immediately drilled into the flaming golden vine on the ground and stuck to one end of it. The flaming golden fruits on the vine shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Eventually they all disappeared. Streams of what attributed spiritual energy flowed into the stone bead. The shadow of a third leaf slowly appeared on the stone bead. Finally, the entire flaming golden vine dried up and the third leaf solidified. A look of joy flashed across Wang Lin's face. He extended his hand and the stone bead flew into his hand. After carefully inspecting it, Wang Lin slapped the bead between his eyebrows. The bead immediately melted and drilled into his forehead. Wang Lin took a deep breath and pondered for a while. His body moved again and he left the cave and went straight to the volcano. After searching several volcanoes, Wang Lin used 3 days to completely uproot the flaming golden fruits in the flaming golden mountain range. The heaven-defying bead's fifth leaf bloomed. 3 days later, Wang Lin came out of the stone room again and looked inside. There were traces of feces and urine on the ground. The small beast was dispirited and listless. After digesting the food from 3 days ago, it had not eaten anything and was extremely hungry. Su Ligua's primordial spirit was still floating in the air. Looking closely, it was even more transparent than before, as if it could disappear at any time. Wang Lin pondered for a while and used his ultimate sense to force the primordial spirit to float backward. Slowly, as Wang Lin's ultimate sense got closer, he was finally forced to the top of the small beast. Finally, the primordial spirit saw that it had nowhere to hide, so it pounced towards the small beast. Wang Lin was shocked and carefully observed. The small beast's body trembled violently. Finally, its body shook and it crawled up from the ground. Its eyes shone brightly, but the light became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, its head tilted and it fell to the ground. At this moment, Su Ligua's primordial spirit quickly came out of the small beast's head and slammed into the wall. However, the moment it hit the wall, it let out a scream and quickly retreated. Then, it changed its direction again. After failing to slam into a few places, it floated in the air and started swaying. Wang Lin was not shocked but happy. He stared at the primordial spirit's eyes. He could clearly see that the primordial spirit was no longer confused, but a trace of madness. Without saying anything, Wang Lin threw in all the small beasts he had caught 3 days ago. His eyes flashed as he stared at the primordial spirit. When the small beasts landed on the ground, they immediately struggled and ran to the corners. Their eyes were filled with fear as they screamed non-stop. But what made Wang Lin frown was that the primordial spirit didn't even look at the small beast. The madness in its eyes became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, it disappeared and became confused again. Wang Lin pondered for a while and once again used his G-realm divine sense to force the primordial spirit into the body of one of the small beasts. The moment the small beast died, the primordial spirit rushed out and the madness in its eyes appeared again. However, this primordial spirit still ignored the other small beast. Wang Lin snorted and once again used the same method to force the primordial spirit to devour the souls of all the small beasts. The madness in the primordial spirit's eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin pondered for a while, then he turned around and left. He caught a few more wild beasts in the nearby mountain range. This time, he specifically picked some of the more ferocious beasts. One of them even had a trace of a monster aura. After returning to the cave, Wang Lin made a few more stone rooms and placed the animals according to their type. Then he grabbed a wild beast with red eyes that kept roaring and threw it into the primordial spirit's room. After using his G-realm divine sense to force the primordial spirit to devour, the madness in his eyes became even more intense. Wang Lin watched from outside the stone room for a long time. He didn't know if the primordial spirit would turn into a wandering soul if he continued to feed it like this. In fact, the best method would be to catch a cultivator to experiment on. However, Wang Lin was worried that if the primordial spirit devoured a cultivator, it would increase its own cultivation. If that happened, then once the primordial spirit exceeded the range of his G-realm divine sense, he would be in danger. Therefore, he didn't want to directly use the cultivator's soul if he wasn't completely sure. 4 days later, except for the creature with a trace of a monster aura, all the animals that were caught were used up. On this day, Wang Lin grabbed the monster and threw it into the stone room. Under the pressure of his G-realm divine sense, the primordial spirit slowly pounced towards the monster. However, the moment it touched the monster, the primordial spirit immediately erupted with a strong resistance. It forcibly stopped the pounce and revealed a hesitant expression. Wang Lin's G-realm divine sense moved, and the red lightning immediately wandered outside the primordial spirit. Finally, the primordial spirit finally pounced on the monster. Time slowly passed, and the monster's body was trembling violently. After half an hour, the monster's body exploded with a bang, and a red shadow jumped out. After pausing for a moment in midair, it immediately issued a few screams. The appearance of the primordial spirit had completely changed. Its whole body emitted a dark red light and a strong evil aura. Even though Wang Lin was standing outside the stone room, he could still clearly feel it. In Wang Lin's eyes, the current him was no longer a primordial spirit, but a devil. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He pondered for a moment, opened the stone room, and walked inside. The devil suddenly turned its head, stared at Wang Lin, and pounced on him. Wang Lin's expression was indifferent, and a red lightning flashed in his eyes. The devil immediately let out a miserable groan and was sent flying far away. A fierce expression flashed on its face, and it pounced again. Wang Lin stretched out his right hand and grabbed the devil. "You're courting death." Wang Lin's voice was cold, and red lightning flashed in his eyes. Every time it flashed, the devil trembled. The fierce expression in its eyes gradually disappeared, and fear slowly emerged again. In the end, it even revealed a begging expression. Wang Lin grabbed the devil and walked out of the stone room. After arriving at the place where he usually meditated, he threw the devil into the air. A fierce expression flashed on the devil's face again, and without hesitation, it rushed towards the stone room, wanting to escape. Wang Lin sneered in his heart. His G-realm divine sense quickly caught up to it, and he punished it slightly. The devil immediately let out a miserable groan, and a wisp of turbid smoke came out of its body, and it immediately became dispirited. Wang Lin patted his storage bag, and the metal piece flew out. The devil calmly said, "Go in and hide, and don't come out." The devil looked at Wang Lin in fear, and a ray of light entered the metal piece. Afterwards, it stared at the fact that it couldn't be summoned, and it turned into a ray of red light. After that, Wang Lin looked around and he walked out. At the entrance of the cave, he waved his sleeves, and with a rumbling sound, the cave was sealed. Wang Lin didn't look back. He flew into the air and flew towards the east. According to Mai Liang's memories, the location of the War God Temple was in the east. Wang Lin already had a plan, but he didn't find a way back to the state of Zhao in Mai Liang's memories. If he wanted to find it, he would have to go to the War God Temple's scripture pavilion, where there was a map. In addition, the blood-refined magic treasure, the small green sword, had now turned into a metal piece, and its power had greatly decreased. If it was used against a Foundation establishment cultivator, Wang Lin wouldn't need to use it. But if it was used against a core formation cultivator, his G-Realm Divine Sense wouldn't be effective, and this magic treasure would be able to save his life. Therefore, Wang Lin had to learn the art of blacksmithing. If he wanted to learn blacksmithing, he had to return to the War God Temple, where there was a specialized blacksmithing hall. In addition to this, Wang Lin also had to find a place with extreme yin energy. Otherwise, his cultivation could only stay at the middle stage of Foundation establishment. Only in a place with extreme yin energy could the Yellow Springs Ascension method form 3 cold cores and enter the late stage of Foundation establishment, or even core formation. Wang Lin didn't plan to give up on the Yellow Springs Ascension method. After all, Situ Nan had said that after cultivating this method, once all 3 cold cores formed and fused together, there was a high chance that he would break through to the core formation stage. Before recovering his cultivation, because he didn't have the yin liquid, Wang Lin could only cultivate the War God Temple's inferior divine path technique from Mai Liang's memories. However, the spiritual energy cultivated by this divine path technique didn't have any attribute. Purely in terms of quality, it was much worse than the yin spiritual energy. However, it was superior in that it could last for a long time. If the yin attribute was an invincible sword, then the spiritual energy cultivated by the divine path would be a flexible silk. The War God Temple was located in the eastern part of Ho Fun on a mountain peak that pierced through the clouds. The mountain peak was surrounded by clouds and there were many spiritual beasts. After the main peak there were 4 smaller peaks. They were the 4 main temples of the War God Temple. As the leader of the 4 major sects in Ho Fun, the War God Temple had more than 3,000 disciples. Even if you take away the outer disciples, there were still more than 2,300 inner disciples. On this day, on a lone peak thousands of miles away from the War God Temple, Zhou Zihong, Yang Xiong, and Lin Tao had been waiting for a long time. 3 days ago, the 3 of them suddenly received a message from Wang Lin using his essence blood. He wanted them to take out some items and meet him here in 3 days. The appointed time had long passed, but the 3 of them didn't dare to leave. Among the 3 of them, Lin Tao's expression was one of fear. He was secretly nervous as he searched for an excuse. Zhou Zihong's expression was blank as she pursed her lips. Her mind was a complete blank. Ma Liang had already been gone for a year, and she had assumed that he would never appear again. But then, 3 days ago, her heart trembled and she heard his voice. Her face instantly turned ashen. Yang Xiong's expression was the calmest. Aside from a few flashes of light in his eyes, there was basically nothing abnormal. However, if one looked closely, they would find that his right hand was tightly clenched. Time passed bit by bit and soon, night fell. Wang Lin still hadn't appeared. The 3 of them looked at each other with confused expressions. On a mountain peak 2,000 meters away, Wang Lin coldly stared at the 3 of them. Ever since the great change in Zhao, Wang Lin's personality had become extremely cautious. Although he had the essence blood of the 3 of them, there was no knowing what was in a person's heart. Who knows if the 3 of them really had the courage to fight to the death? Therefore, Wang Lin was waiting and observing his surroundings. As long as there was even the slightest movement, he would immediately crush the 3's essence blood and quickly escape. At the same time, he was also observing their reactions. It had to be said that even if they were pretending, they couldn't maintain it for a long time. Among the three of them, Lin Tao's reaction was the most normal. From start to finish, he was still panicking. Zhou Zihong was still in a daze. Her blank expression was difficult to conceal. After paying a bit more attention to the two of them, he placed his focus on Yang Xiong. This person's expression was very stable at the beginning, but as time passed, it gradually became uncertain. Wang Lin stared at his right hand and revealed a hint of coldness. He pondered for a bit, then his body flew over to where the three of them were. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the three of them, and a cold aura quickly spread out. After seeing Wang Lin, the hearts of the three of them trembled. The fatigue from waiting for a long time was swept away. In the past year, all sorts of things that happened in the foreign battleground would reverberate in their dreams almost every night. They didn't know how strong Wang Lin was, but now that they saw it, the aura that Ma Yang emitted made their hearts tremble. They even had a feeling that even without the guidance of the essence blood, as long as Wang Lin willed it, the three of them wouldn't even have the ability to retaliate and would immediately be killed. This feeling immediately climbed to the limit when Wang Lin coldly glanced at them. Lin Tao was the first to be unable to bear it. He knelt on the ground and said with a trembling voice, "Lin Tao greets Master. Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong aren't much better. They're just enduring it." Wang Lin withdrew his G-realm divine sense, and the dangerous aura immediately disappeared. Only then did the three of them let out sighs of relief. Yang Xiong and Zhou Zihong quickly lowered their heads and greeted him. When he lowered his head, Yang Xiong revealed a bitter expression. His right hand tightly gripped the jade talisman. He had two plans this time. One was to trick Wang Lin into going to the war god shrine and then use the opportunity to ask the elders to help him take back the essence blood. The second plan was to secretly use the jade talisman to send Wang Lin's location if Wang Lin didn't go. His junior brother at the war god shrine still had a jade talisman. As long as he inserted some spiritual energy, his junior brother's jade talisman would immediately light up. According to his orders, his junior brother would immediately give the jade talisman to his master. But now he realized how stupid his idea was. If he really did that, the first person to die would be him. This senior that possessed Ma Liang must be an expert from a high-ranked cultivation country. Otherwise, how could he only be at the mid-stage of foundation establishment but have such a terrifying divine sense? Yang Xiong let out a sigh and gave up on resisting. He took a deep breath and quickly patted his storage pouch with his left hand. He took out a jade slip and said respectfully, "Master, I've brought the item you asked for 3 days ago. This is the jade slip for the crafting side hall." After Wang Lin accepted it, he scanned it with his divine sense. His expression didn't change at all. He nodded and looked at Lin Tao. Lin Tao's heart skipped a beat. He whispered, "Master, that map is at the top of the library. My cultivation isn't high enough, so I can't go up." Seeing Wang Lin's expressionless face, Lin Tao clenched his teeth and said, 10 days. Master, give me 10 more days. My cousin will be on duty in 10 days. No matter what, I'll have him make a copy for me." Wang Lin looked at him and nodded. He calmly said, "If you really get it, then when I leave Hofun, I'll return the soul blood to you." With that, he looked at Yang Xiong. His eyes became cold and he said, "I could give you the soul blood now, but since you have the item in your hand, I won't kill you. However, whether or not I can take the soul blood away will depend on next time." Yang Xiong's body trembled and his face immediately lost all color. When he saw Wang Lin's eyes, a strong sense of fear filled his heart. He knelt down and handed over the jade in his hand. His face was filled with nervousness. Wang Lin didn't look at him but at Zhou Zihong. Zhou Zihong clenched her teeth, raised her head and softly said, "Senior, that divine path is very strange. Although I saw it half a year ago, I didn't have any impression of it. I really can't make a copy. In reality, you don't need to go through all this trouble. As long as you return to the sect, with my Liang's identity as someone who returned from the foreign battleground, you will have the right to study it. The divine path was what Wang Lin was most interested in from Mai Liang's memories. In Mai Liang's memories, Wang Lin wanted to see it even in his dreams. Unfortunately, for some reason, the War God Shrine was very strict with their own disciples. Disciples from other sects only needed to pay a certain amount of spirit stones to study it. However, for the sect's disciples, unless they had reached the core formation stage or made a great contribution to the sect, they would only be allowed to study under the protection of an elder if they met one of these two conditions. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this divine path was a bit strange. If a foundation establishment cultivator didn't have a protector, then it wouldn't be good for them to study it. He had asked Zhou Zihong to make a copy, but he did not expect it to succeed. Therefore, he was not disappointed. He carefully looked at the three of them and said in a calm voice, "The three of you do not need to be so guarded against me. As long as you do not provoke me, when I leave, I will definitely return the essence blood to you. But if you have any evil intentions, don't blame me for being merciless." Chapter 130. The three of you can go back. Lin Tao, I'll wait for you here in 10 days. After he finished speaking, Wang Lin's body turned into a rainbow and disappeared. Lin Tao quickly nodded. In his heart, he wanted to have a good talk with his cousin. This was a big matter related to his life. No matter what, he had to make a copy of the map. Yang Xiong's cold sweat had already soaked through his clothes. As the wind blew, he couldn't help but shiver. A chill emerged from the bottom of his heart. At that moment, he knew that he had taken a trip to the gates of hell. Zhou Zihong calmly looked at Yang Xiong before turning around and leaving. Wang Lin aimlessly flew in the sky while pondering. Not long after, his eyes lit up. No matter what, he couldn't go to the War God Shrine. Let's not talk about whether or not Zhou, Yang, and Lin Tao were plotting something. Just the secret of him possessing a body couldn't be hidden in front of a nascent soul cultivator. It was even possible that the nascent soul cultivator of the War God Shrine had already found out about him possessing a body through some clues. Thinking about this, he was startled and his face darkened. His speed suddenly increased as he sped away. Wang Lin had already considered this speculation before, but the actions of Yang Xiong and company made him even more certain. As he was flying, a gentle female voice suddenly echoed in Wang Lin's ear. "Little friend, can you return my grand disciple's soul blood?" This voice was smooth and pleasant to listen to. Wang Lin's body suddenly stopped. In front of him, a beautiful woman walked towards him. The woman's steps were light and light. She was wearing a sky-blue dress with layers of triangular jadeite cloth. On her waist, there was an apron with many long ribbons extending from it. When this dress was worn on the young woman, she gave off a spirited and elegant aura. The woman was extremely beautiful. Even without any makeup, her face was like the morning sun reflecting the snow. Her skin was as white as jade and as beautiful as the moon. As the woman moved forward, Wang Lin moved back and maintained a certain distance from her. At the same time, he touched his storage bag and coldly looked at the woman. Wang Lin's expression was normal, but he was extremely vigilant. This woman's cultivation was unfathomable and was clearly a nascent soul cultivator. "What is Senior's grand disciple's name?" Wang Lin stared at the woman. "My grand disciple's name is Zhou Zihong." The woman revealed a gentle smile and softly replied. Wang Lin nodded and decisively said, "That's right. All right, once I'm 1,000 miles away, I'll definitely send out my soul blood. Otherwise, even if Senior is the one attacking, I'll fight until my soul blood disappears." The young woman looked at Wang Lin and said, "Little friend, you don't need to be nervous. I have heard about you from Zihong." The reason the three of them were able to safely return to the War God Shrine was thanks to your help. That alone was enough to stop Mai Liang from possessing them. Aside from this matter, just you saving Zi Hong is enough for me to let bygones be bygones." Wang Lin was startled and stared at the woman. From her expression, it didn't seem like she was lying. After a moment of silence, he said, "Senior, please don't blame me. I will return the soul blood after I am 1,000 miles away." The young woman raised her delicate head, revealing a breathtakingly beautiful face. She shook her head and smiled, Qianli. "I'll call you Ma Haoliang then. Ma Liang, 1,000 miles is but a few breaths of time for me. If I want to kill you, unless you can run 10,000 miles away, it will be useless. Fine, if you insist, then leave." Without a word, Wang Lin turned into a ray of light and flew across the sky. An hour later, he had already flown 3,000 kilometers away and landed at the mouth of a volcano. He took a deep breath and slightly adjusted the spiritual power in his body. Without saying anything, he pointed at the center of his eyebrows with his left hand, and a white spot of light drilled out from between his eyebrows. Wang Lin didn't even look at it and quickly flew away. Along the way, he had been guessing if what the woman said was true or false. But no matter what, offending a nascent soul cultivator for a soul blood was not a wise move for the current Wang Lin. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't hesitate to return Zhou Zihong's soul blood. A few minutes later, the woman's figure suddenly appeared at the mouth of the volcano that released Zhou Zihong's soul blood. She reached out with her right hand and Zhou Zihong's soul blood immediately floated into her hand. The woman looked at the soul blood with a loving expression. After carefully putting it away, she looked in the direction Wang Lin escaped and softly said to herself, "Seeing that you saved Hong Air and happily returned the blood essence, I will help you stop the possession." For the next 2 days, aside from taking some necessary rest, Wang Lin continued to fly. Because the woman never appeared again, Wang Lin finally let out a sigh of relief. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he stared at the ground not far away. Just at this moment, several rays of sword light flew over. When they saw Wang Lin, they immediately changed directions. 7 young people quickly landed around Wang Lin. They all looked at Wang Lin with unfriendly gazes. Among these people, the most eye-catching was the man at the front. His face was as white as jade, and he had a dignified appearance. His cultivation had already reached the late stage of foundation establishment and had entered the pseudo-core formation realm. He wore a purple robe and there was a green flying sword under his feet that emitted waves of spiritual energy. He looked like someone from a prestigious sect. Beside him was a woman in red. The woman's long hair had thinned out, and her green skin had faded away. Her elegant and refined face was slightly pale, and she gave off a lovable aura that could make one's heart beat faster. Her lips were red, her teeth were white, and her eyebrows were like a moth. At this moment, the young man's eyes were cold as he stared at Wang Lin. He softly said to the woman beside him, "Wan Er, is it him?" The woman looked at Wang Lin and apologetically smiled. She softly said to the man, "Brother, it's not him. Although that person is good at disguising himself, he can't mimic this young master's aura." The coldness in the young man's eyes melted. He clasped his hands at Wang Lin and sincerely said, "Fellow cultivator, please don't blame me. I am the Lu He Sex Li Qiqing. I hope fellow cultivator can forgive my rudeness." Wang Lin's expression remained calm the entire time. After hearing the young man's words, he calmly said, "It's fine. Since it's a misunderstanding, how could I, Wang, take it to heart?" Li Qiqing laughed and said, "I presume fellow cultivator is also going to participate in the Valley Square Assembly. Perhaps we'll meet again. I still have important matters to attend to today, so I'll take my leave." With that, he clasped his hands again, pulled the woman behind him, and left on their flying swords with the 7 people around them. After they left, Wang Lin looked at the ground and flew forward. Not long after, he frowned and slapped his bag of holding. The metal piece flew out and smashed into the ground. The metal piece was extremely fast and smashed into the ground. There was a loud bang as a sorry figure drilled out from the ground 20 meters below. This person looked very ordinary, but his eyes revealed a hint of intelligence. He quickly waved his hand and shouted, "Fellow cultivator, it's a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding." With that, he quickly looked around and jumped up. A flying sword appeared under his feet and carried him to Wang Lin. "Fellow cultivator, I am Sun Yukai. This is a misunderstanding. I didn't mean to follow you, but I had no choice. That damned girl from the Lu He sect came looking for trouble with me. I can't beat her, so I can only hide. They are still looking for me. If I follow you, then Li Qiqing won't search this place." Wang Lin looked at him but didn't bother with him as he flew forward. Sun Yukai quickly followed and asked, "Fellow cultivator, which sect are you from?" "I'm a disciple of the evil demon sect." Wang Lin frowned and didn't say anything. He just increased his speed and quickly left Sun Yukai behind. Sun Yukai looked at Wang Lin and sneered in his heart, but his expression remained the same. Sun Yukai looked at Wang Lin and sneered in his heart, but his expression remained the same. He quickly chased after Wang Lin and said, "Fellow cultivator, I'm really sorry about what happened just now. It was all that girl's fault." "Alas, fellow cultivator, you are going to the valley market, right? How about we go together? I know a lot of people in the valley, so I can get anything. I even have a way to buy some qi condensation female cultivation furnaces." What a fast speed! Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. He turned around to look at Sun Yukai and suddenly smiled. When Sun Yukai saw this smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat. However, this feeling disappeared in a flash. Sun Yukai shook his head and thought that this person was only a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. With his late-stage foundation establishment cultivation, it was impossible for him to fail. Thinking about this, he smiled and said, "Fellow cultivator, what do you think?" A hint of mockery flashed through Wang Lin's heart. He decisively said, "Okay, then I'll have to trouble Brother Sunday." Sun Yukai was a bit startled. He didn't expect Wang Lin to agree so easily. He originally had a lot of things to say, but he quickly reacted and immediately nodded with a smile. "No problem, I was the one who used fellow cultivator to avoid the enemy. Leave this matter to me. Fellow cultivator, what is your name?" "My name is Ma Liang, a disciple of the War God Temple." Wang Lin smiled. However, this smile, in Sun Yotsai's eyes, revealed a trace of simplicity. As for the specific meaning, only Wang Lin knew. Sun Yukai chuckled. After looking around, he said in a low voice, "Brother Ma, I heard that your War God Temple has a peerless beauty called Zhou Ziwei. Our young sect master saw her once half a year ago and immediately fell head over heels for her. Since you're a disciple of the War God Temple, you must have seen her before, right? What does she look like? How beautiful is she?" Wang Lin was startled and said, "Zhou Ziwei? You're talking about Zhou Zihong, senior sister Zhou, right?" Sun Yukai patted his forehead and said with a smile, "Look at my memory. That's right, her name is Zhou Zihong. How is it? What does she look like?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "Senior sister Zhou is indeed very beautiful, but her personality is a bit cold. I've only seen her a few times." The following are the extras after 3,000 words. I won't spend any extra Qidian coins. Renegade Immortal has been writing for almost 3 months now. The results are pretty good. During this period there have been many twists and turns. Take this chapter for example. I've posted some thoughts about some helpless things that happened to an ordinary author. Everyone has seen that during this period of time, there have been people slandering me and even threatening me. All my readers are comforting me. I've seen your words, and I believe those troublemakers have seen them too. No matter what, I want to thank everyone. The waters of Qidian are very deep, especially for new authors. It's very difficult for them to survive. I'll continue to persevere and create better work. Please support me. Thank you. Chapter 131. Sun Yukai let out a few silver laughs as he patted Wang Lin's shoulder and said, "Let's not talk about her anymore. Brother Ma, there is a transfer array to the valley not too far away." Wang Lin moved his shoulder and dodged, smiling. "That's good. Then let's hurry and enter the valley earlier." With that, he flew forward. Sun Yukai patted empty air, but his expression didn't change at all. He nodded. "Brother Ma, are you alone this time?" He leisurely followed. Wang Lin sneered in his heart, but his expression didn't change at all. He said, "No, I'm the only one going out this time." Sun Yukai laughed and whispered, "Brother Ma must have secretly left the mountain and prepared to go to the valley to trade for some magical treasures and jade talismans. I heard that in 3 months, the War God Temple's treasure-seizing assembly will be held. At that time, Brother Ma should make good use of it and strive for fame." Wang Lin smiled and didn't say anything. Seeing Wang Lin like this, Sun Yukai sneered in his heart. "Little brat, regardless of whether what you said is true or not, it's your bad luck to meet your grandpa today. Hee, I'll use your body as a puppet. At that time, Li Qiqing won't be too wary." Although he thought this, he still took out a jade slip from his storage bag to be sure. In front of Wang Lin, he said, "Brother Ma, I'll call a friend over. He should be nearby. When the time comes, the 3 of us can use the teleportation array together. This way we can save a spirit stone." There was information about teleportation arrays in Ma Yang's memory. Most teleportation arrays required a few spirit stones to activate. Once activated, they could teleport up to 3 people at a time. So Sun Yutsai's words were watertight. Seeing Wang Lin nod, Sun Yukai placed the jade slip on his forehead and then threw it out. The jade slip flashed a few times and disappeared. Wang Lin followed Sun Yukai. The further they went, the more desolate the surroundings became. There were more and more volcanoes of various sizes. Some of them even emitted black smoke. Afraid that Wang Lin would be suspicious, Sun Yukai smiled and explained, "Brother Ma, don't be anxious. The transportation formation of this valley is not far away. I don't know what's going on, but the volcanoes in Hofun are always emitting black smoke. I remember that last year, the 4 great sects finished sealing the nascent soul ancestors." Wang Lin's expression gradually turned cold. He smiled and said, "This place is rather remote and a good place. Especially since there are so many volcanoes here, it's convenient to dispose of the corpses after killing them. Even Fireball can be saved." Sun Yukai paused and forced a smile. "Brother Ma," before he could finish speaking, the sound of wind and thunder suddenly came from afar. A black sword light rushed over and arrived in the blink of an eye. After the sword light dissipated, a middle-aged man with a gloomy face was revealed. This man was thin and his eyes were ruthless. He was dressed in black, and even the flying sword beneath his feet was emitting a cold black light. His hands were surrounded by a black fog. After he appeared, he didn't even look at Wang Lin. He coldly said to Sun Yukai, "Is he the fat sheep?" Wang Lin looked at him. This person's cultivation level was higher than Sun Yutsai's. He had reached the pseudo-core formation stage and was on par with Li Qiqing. Sun Yutsai's face immediately bloomed like a flower. With a flattering tone, he said, "Senior apprentice brother, that's him. I saw that Li Muwen and her brother Li Qiqing have a good impression of him. If we refine him into a puppet and deliberately get close to him, we might have a better chance." The black-robed man's gaze turned toward Wang Lin. He was surprised that Wang Lin didn't run, but he didn't care about a mid-stage foundation establishment cultivator. He coldly said, "Brat, you can die now." With that, the flying sword under his feet shot out toward Wang Lin's chest. At the same time, the black-robed man jumped into the air and clapped his hands several times. A black fog spread out and turned into a ghostly fire skeleton that followed the flying sword toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He completely ignored the flying sword and the black fog. He pointed at the middle-aged man and whispered, "Destroy." The moment the G realm appears, the heavens and earth change colors. The moment the G realm appears, the soul will be destroyed. When Wang Lin is at the Foundation Establishment stage, he is invincible in the Foundation Establishment stage. If he is at the Core Formation stage, he will be the king of the Core Formation stage. Once he is at the Nascent Soul stage, he will be the #1 cultivator below the Soul Formation stage on all the cultivation planets in the Cultivation Alliance. The middle-aged man's eyes suddenly bulged. At this moment, he could clearly feel that his divine sense had been hit by a destructive force. He had no way to resist, and his divine sense collapsed in an instant. The fear in his eyes had just appeared, but it was immediately destroyed and his body went limp. Even until his death, he didn't understand what was going on. All of this happened too fast. The flying sword didn't even travel half the distance before the middle-aged man's divine sense shattered. The black light from the flying sword dissipated, and it fell from the sky. The black fog skeleton that was following closely behind him also slowly dissipated with the death of the middle-aged man. Wang Lin waved his sleeves and the flying sword flew toward him and landed in his hand. Then he slapped his bag of holding and the metal piece flew out. "Take that black fog incense." After Wang Lin threw out those words, he no longer paid attention to it. He looked at the completely stunned Sun Yukai. The metal piece flashed red and the devil jumped out at the black fog. It didn't care if the black fog could be devoured or if it was easy to digest. The devil had a bitter expression as it swallowed it in big mouthfuls. There was no way around it. It didn't dare to not devour it. It was still afraid of Wang Lin's strength. Only then did Sun Yukai react. He retreated a few steps in fright. Without saying a word, his body slipped into the ground and disappeared without a trace. The devil's eyes turned and he slowed down the speed of devouring. He looked like he was going to swallow it in big mouthfuls. Unfortunately, Wang Lin's next words caused him to feel distressed again. "Follow me." After Wang Lin said that, his body moved. His G-realm divine sense suddenly spread out and he chased in the northwest direction. The devil revealed a struggling expression. He didn't advance but instead retreated. But before he could get far, he let out a miserable groan and smoke came out of his body. He was so scared that he quickly turned around and flew towards Wang Lin. He didn't dare to think about escaping anymore. Wang Lin retracted his divine sense to punish the devil and focused on chasing Sun Yukai. He was very interested in Sun Yutsai's speed. Wang Lin knew that his speed was too slow. For example, the young woman from 2 days ago only needed a few breaths to travel 1,000 miles. With this kind of speed, if he wanted to kill him, he wouldn't even be able to run. When Sun Yukai caught up to him, Wang Lin had already used his full speed. But the other party was still able to catch up with him so easily. Therefore, Wang Lin didn't kill him. Instead, he wanted to capture him alive and interrogate him. Sun Yukai was afraid. He had been cultivating for nearly 30 years. Starting from the 15th level of Qi condensation, he had been killing people and stealing their treasures. However, he was a very careful person. He would only find cultivators with lower cultivation levels than him. He would never take the risk of killing people with higher cultivation levels than him. Over the years, he had gone to the valley market to exchange all the magic treasures and materials he had obtained for medicinal pills that could increase his cultivation level. That was why his cultivation level had been rising. However, as his cultivation level increased, the effects of ordinary medicinal pills were no longer as effective. High-grade medicinal pills were either hard to find, or the price was too high. So, he had no choice but to set his sights on the Luohi sect. The Luohi sect was famous for their formations and alchemy, especially their pills. Anything that the Luo He sect refined was of the highest quality. Sun Yat-sei's target was Luo He sect's alchemy faction's Li Muan. He wanted to get some pills or recipes from her. Unfortunately, Li Muan's big brother, Li Qiqing, had a higher cultivation level than him. He had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, the false core stage. He was able to suppress him, who had just entered the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. At this moment, Sun Yukai wished that his speed could be even faster. Up until now, his mind was still reverberating with the shocking scene he had just seen. Fourth senior brother was a false core earth cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, but he was so easily killed. If Maoyang had used some powerful magic treasure, he wouldn't be so afraid. However, he didn't even see the shadow of a magic treasure. He only heard Maoyang say the word destroy, and fourth senior brother immediately fell to the ground, dead. What kind of spell was that? Thinking about this, Sun Yat-sei's scalp couldn't help but feel numb. The more he thought about it, the more terrifying he felt. Just one sentence was enough to kill a foundation establishment cultivator at the peak of the foundation establishment stage. What was Maoyang's cultivation level? Could he have reached the core formation stage? No. Sun Yukai immediately rejected this idea. It wasn't like he hadn't seen core formation experts before. Even if a core formation elder from the sect killed someone at the peak of the foundation establishment stage, it wouldn't be so easy. It was as if it was the power of the heavens. With one sentence, a person died. Sun Yat-sei's heart trembled. Could it be the nascent soul stage? However, he quickly rejected this idea. He had seen a nascent soul stage cultivator make a move once. That was when the ancestor of the evil demon sect killed a traitor at the late stage of the foundation establishment stage. In front of most of the disciples, the ancestor only threw out a flying sword and the traitor died in midair. He didn't even have the chance to dodge or resist. But even so, in Sun Yat-sei's eyes, comparing Wang Lin killing a foundation establishment cultivator with a single sentence and the ancestor killing a foundation establishment cultivator with a flying sword, he could immediately determine the difference between the two. His mind suddenly buzzed and went blank. Could it be he's a spirit severing? The moment Sun Yukai said the words, spirit severing, all the energy in his body seemed to leave his body. The more he thought about it, the more he felt it was correct. Sun Yukai thought bitterly to himself, a spirit severing expert, that's a legendary figure. How is this possible? But if he's not a spirit severing expert, how could he kill fourth senior brother with one sentence? Rumor has it that a spirit-severing expert can control the power of heaven and earth. It makes sense that they could kill someone at the peak of the foundation establishment stage with one sentence. I'm being king chased by a spirit-severing expert. Looking at everyone's words, my heart feels warm. Thank you. To be continued. Chapter 132. Sun Yukai, who was quickly escaping through the earth, suddenly trembled. A strong sense of fear made him feel like he was suffocating. Just at this moment, he suddenly felt the earth in front of him become a bit hot. He secretly complained. This earth escape technique was very useful in other places, but in Hofun, there were volcanoes everywhere, so there was a very strict requirement for the earth escape technique. If he accidentally jumped into the lava, he could only blame it on his bad luck. In the past, even if Sun Yukai was escaping, he would still know which direction to go. Once the soil was slightly hot, he would immediately turn around. However, he was being chased by a soul formation cultivator, so he panicked and didn't choose a good direction. It was too late for him to turn around, so he could only try his best to lift his body up. With a bang, his body pierced through the soil and appeared inside a huge volcano cave. A wave of heat hit his face, causing his hair and eyebrows to immediately bend and burn. With a cry of surprise, Sun Yukai hurriedly threw out his flying sword. It swayed as it landed on a protruding rock. In just a short while, his whole body had already shown signs of cracking. His clothes had even turned into ashes as his body moved. Even the flying sword under his feet began to turn red, and the temperature became higher and higher. The moment Sun Yotsai's sweat appeared, it immediately turned into strands of white gas. At this moment, his entire body was emitting white smoke. Although he was naked, he still had the aura of a celestial. Below him was a huge pool of lava. Giant bubbles appeared in the pool, and every time one of them popped, a strand of black gas would rise up. Sun Yukai was about to bite the bullet and escape from the opposite side of the volcano, but at this moment, his body suddenly trembled. He stared at the lava below and revealed a terrified expression. At this moment, Wang Lin also caught up. He didn't know the earth escape technique, but his divine sense was locked onto Sun Yukai. When he noticed Sun Yukai stop, he immediately pointed at the metal piece. The metal piece smashed into the ground and spun, creating a tunnel. Wang Lin's body quickly followed behind. Following the tunnel, they arrived at the lava where Sun Yukai was. The moment they entered the volcano cave, Wang Lin saw Sun Yukai staring down with a terrified expression. Following his gaze, he saw a pair of triangular eyes floating in the middle of the lava. Wang Lin sucked in a breath of cold air and retreated to the edge of the tunnel. He stared at the lava motionlessly. According to Ma Yang's memories from when he was a child in Hofun, there were no creatures in the volcanoes of Hofun. If there were, it would have been discovered by cultivators over the countless years. It has to be said that every few years, the ancestors of the four great sects would seal the volcanoes of Hofun to ensure their safety. At the same time, Sun Yukai seemed to be possessed. Looking at those eyes, he blankly put away his flying sword and stepped on the scorching rocks with his bare feet. The smell of burnt flesh immediately came from under his feet. He had only taken 3 steps forward, but the soles of his feet were already charred black. His skin and flesh had fallen off, revealing his blackened bones. However, there was not a hint of pain on Sun Yotsai's face. He stood at the edge of the rock and jumped down without hesitation. Wang Lin's eyes lit up and his hand reached out. The moment Sun Yukai fell into the lava, Wang Lin grabbed his bag of holding. Then he quickly retreated without looking back. A roar came from behind him, and the surrounding heat became even stronger. As Wang Lin ran, the tunnel around him immediately turned red. At this moment, if one were to look down from the sky, they would discover that the volcanoes of various sizes were suddenly emitting black smoke, especially one of the larger volcanoes. On the ground around it, a circle of red ripples that could be seen with the naked eye spread out. Wherever the ripples spread out, everything turned red. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy as he rushed down the tunnel. Suddenly, he stopped. He saw that in front of him, countless flames were gathering in all directions, forming a creature with triangular eyes and a single horn on its head. Its entire body emitted a fiery glow as it stared at Wang Lin, its eyes filled with killing intent. Wang Lin didn't say anything and immediately used his G-realm divine sense to attack. A red bolt of lightning shot out from Wang Lin's eyes and entered the fire beast. The fire beast's eyes dimmed and the flames dimmed, but they immediately returned to normal. A long slit appeared below its eyes, and it let out a roar as it tried to swallow Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression became even more gloomy. He turned around and retreated, but then his pupils shrank. Behind him, another fire beast had appeared. At this time, there were 2 fire beasts in this narrow tunnel. Wang Lin clenched his teeth and the metal plate immediately spun to the side. He followed closely behind, digging another tunnel. But at this time, the 2 fire beasts suddenly roared in unison. The surrounding soil immediately turned fiery red. Wang Lin's heart skipped a beat. The soil around him began to harden at a speed visible to the naked eye. Finally, it wrapped around him, forming a spherical cage. This cage continued to tighten, and with a final bang, it completely wrapped around him. At this time, on the ground, the soil began to crack and slowly collapse inward. Soon, a huge basin appeared, and in the center of the basin was a black ball of earth. Around the ball of earth, there were 8 fire beasts with triangular eyes that were constantly spitting molten lava at it. Slowly, the fireball became smaller and smaller, and when it was only half a meter tall, the fire beasts stopped spitting lava. One of the fire beasts picked up the ball of earth and quickly drilled into the ground. The other fire beasts followed closely behind. They moved very quickly underground, and in the blink of an eye, they returned to the volcano cave. The fire beast threw the ball of earth down and immediately jumped down. It grabbed the ball of earth and disappeared into the magma pool along with the other fire beasts. After a few bubbles appeared in the magma pool, it slowly calmed down. The black smoke from the surrounding volcanoes became less and less, and the cracked ground gradually returned to its original state. Aside from the huge basin, there was no other evidence that a fire beast had appeared here. Basins were very common in Hofun. Almost every volcano would have basins of various sizes next to them. Wang Lin hugged his body and resisted the waves of heat. When the ball of earth came, he had used his G-realm divine sense to cover his body. At this moment, his divine sense was slowly disintegrating the ball of earth. He could clearly feel himself sinking. After a long time, the ball of earth shook as if it had been thrown to the side. At this moment, his divine sense had broken through the last layer of the ball of earth, and he could clearly see what was in front of him. This was a seemingly boundless magma. Above it were countless densely packed magma tunnels. Molten liquid flowed down from those tunnels and merged with the magma. The ball of earth he was on was floating on top of the magma. Beside him, there were 7 or 8 balls of earth that were the same size as him. On top of each ball of earth was a fire beast. Looking at the surrounding lava, there were countless triangular eyes densely packed together. A fire beast jumped out of the magma and landed on top of the ball of earth that Wang Lin was on. It slowly climbed down and didn't notice Wang Lin's divine sense at all. Time slowly passed and a few more fire beasts appeared from the magma above. Without exception, they all carried a ball of earth on their bodies. At this moment, the entire magma pool began to tremble. The fire beasts quickly moved away, revealing an empty space. A giant fire beast came out of the magma. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense and began to carefully observe. Ordinary fire beasts were only 3 feet tall, but this fire beast's head was more than 5 feet tall. Slowly, more than half of the fire beast's body was revealed. Its huge body gave off a powerful pressure. The moment it appeared, all of the surrounding fire beasts stopped moving. Wang Lin was shocked. This fire beast's strength was no weaker than a nascent soul cultivator. In fact, it was even stronger. But as for how strong it was, because Wang Lin had never seen a soul formation cultivator fight before, he couldn't tell. The fire beast looked around and slowly swam to the left. Shortly after, another fire beast of the same size appeared. Finally, there were a total of 16 fire beasts. The 16 flame beasts formed a circle, and in the middle of the circle, a translucent ring of fire slowly emerged from the magma. A 7-colored light flickered within it. Wang Lin carefully looked at it. Under the ring of fire, there was a vague shadow that slowly condensed into a fist-sized ball of fire. Thin red lines connected the ring of fire to the ball of fire. The moment the ball of fire appeared, the 16 fire beasts immediately roared. They all jumped out of the magma and knelt down on one knee. At the same time, all of the surrounding fire beasts also roared and knelt down on the magma. As Wang Lin was observing, his mind suddenly trembled. The heaven-defying bead that had fused with his body came out from between his eyebrows for the first time. If it wasn't for Wang Lin stopping it, the heaven-defying bead would have already broken out of the ground. At this moment, one of the fire beasts picked up the earth ball and threw it out. It suddenly stopped in midair. At the same time, the ball of fire rushed into the earth ball. A sucking sound was very clear in this quiet cave. A mournful cry suddenly rang out from within. The cry continued, but it grew softer and softer. In the end, there was no sound at all. Soon, traces of blood-colored mist floated out from within the earthen ball, and a ball of fire came out from within. The earth ball fell from the sky and sank into the magma. Wang Lin's heart sank. He now understood that he wasn't the only one alive inside the earth ball. Presumably, even if he didn't use his G-realm divine sense to protect himself, he wouldn't die inside the earth ball. At most, he would fall into a deep sleep. Soon after, another 4 earth balls were thrown into the air. One by one, the ball of fire drilled into them. The miserable cries continued for nearly an hour. When the 5th earth ball sank into the magma, the earth ball that Wang Lin was in was thrown out. The heaven-defying bead between his eyebrows violently trembled. With an unprecedented momentum, it broke free from Wang Lin's restraints. At this moment, the ball of fire drilled into the earth ball that Wang Lin was in. To be continued. Chapter 133. A hot aura immediately spread throughout the earthen ball. The fireball drilled directly into the center of the earthen ball, but at this moment, the heaven-defying bead suddenly rushed out. The fireball was startled and quickly turned around without any hesitation. But it was too late. The heaven-defying bead ignored all the obstacles in the earthen ball and struck the fireball with lightning speed. The fireball let out a cry of alarm and immediately struggled. But before it could struggle much more, it was quickly absorbed by the bead. The few leaves that were originally carved on the surface of the heaven-defying bead were now gone. Instead, they were replaced by a fireball. Very quickly, fireballs appeared on the heaven-defying bead one after another. The fireballs became dimmer and dimmer. Finally, they completely lost their brightness and disappeared. At this moment, the 10th fireball appeared on the heaven-defying bead. The entire bead suddenly lit up with a bright light. Even inside the earthen ball, the light was clearly emitted from within. At this moment, when the fireball disappeared, the fire rings connected to the earthen ball suddenly dimmed, and the red threads immediately broke. Wang Lin stared blankly at everything in front of him. Not only him, but all the fire beasts in the cave were also stunned by this sudden change. They didn't know what to do. At this time, the heaven-defying bead quickly approached Wang Lin and merged back into his forehead. Wang Lin didn't have time to take a closer look. His body shook and he immediately used the gravity technique to control the earthen ball to rush up and enter one of the lava channels. All of this happened in a very short period of time. The fire beasts only reacted when the earthen ball that Wang Lin was in flew out. 16 huge fire beasts roared and left the ground. They tore apart the lava channel above and chased after Wang Lin. Behind them, tens of thousands of fire beasts let out furious roars as they followed closely behind. Wang Lin's body was wrapped in the earthen ball. He quickly swam along the lava in the cave. One must know that the lava flowed from above to the bottom of the pool. Wang Lin was going against the flow, so he couldn't be too fast. However, the fire beasts chasing after them were different. They grew up in the lava and could be said to be natural fire spirit. The deeper they were in the lava, the faster they moved. Although Wang Lin didn't know what that fireball was, the fact that it was able to raise the heaven-defying bead's fire attribute from 0 to full circle was enough to explain the situation. Moreover, from the reverence of those fire beasts and their angry roars just now, Wang Lin could roughly guess that this fireball was extremely important to those fire beasts. It was very likely that it was the king of those fire beasts. Wang Lin's guess was correct. This fire beast was born from magma, so it was a very high-level spirit beast. According to the Cultivation Alliance, it should be called a fire spirit beast. From the day it was born, it already had a certain level of intelligence. It cultivated in the underground magma of Ho Fun and spat out magma every day. Its cultivation level became more and more profound. In the countless years it had lived, it had gone through a total of 5 metamorphoses. If it went through 9 metamorphoses, it would go from a spirit beast to a desolate beast. However, every time it went through a metamorphosis, there would be a 500-year period of weakness. During this period, it would have no spiritual energy. In order to protect itself, every time it was in a weakened state, it would release all of its spiritual power, urging countless descendants to use their power to protect itself. At the same time, as the number of metamorphoses increased, it found a way to reduce its period of weakness, and that was to devour cultivators. It didn't need to devour too many. Every once in a while, it only needed to devour a few people. This was why any cultivator that entered the depths of the cave would be captured by its descendants and sent to it to be devoured. In order to prevent these cultivators from harming the weakened fire spirit during the devouring process, all the captured cultivators were trapped in the soil and then spat out a solution to stabilize the soil. As a result, the fire spirit beast was able to enjoy a very easy meal. But now, the weakened fire spirit beast had never imagined that it would one day be devoured by someone else. In the instant that it dissipated, all of the flame beasts were enraged. In their hearts, the fire spirit wasn't just their king, it was also their father. How could the descendants not be angry when their father was killed in front of them? They all roared and madly chased after it. Gradually, they got closer and closer. One of the 16 giant fire beasts in the front let out a hiss and spat out a stream of almost white liquid. In the magma, the white liquid was very eye-catching. When it landed on Wang Lin's ball of earth, the ball of earth immediately shrank a bit. Wang Lin was bleeding from his orifices inside the ball of earth. Even with his G-realm divine sense, he could only slightly block this attack. He clenched his teeth and used 120% of his spiritual energy to rush forward. The fire beasts behind tore through the magma as they desperately chased after him. As they got closer and closer, 8 giant fire beasts spat out a stream of white liquid at the same time. The moment the liquid hit the ball of earth, Wang Lin's body trembled and he rushed out of the ball of earth. His divine sense wrapped around his body, and he endured the unimaginable heat as he rushed out. Fortunately, he was already in contact with the surface of the magma. As soon as Wang Lin rushed out, he immediately jumped out of the magma. After he appeared, his footsteps stopped. The moment he flew up, the piece of metal shot out from his storage bag and landed at his feet. It turned into a beam of light and directly flew out from the top of the volcano. If one looked from the outside, they would see a figure covered in black smoke. His clothes had been burned to tatters as he rushed out from the mouth of the volcano. Behind him, the 16 giant fire beasts chased him to the edge of the volcano. They roared with unwillingness, but strangely, they didn't dare to rush out. Wang Lin let out a sigh of relief. He looked down and his scalp went numb. He saw that below the 16 giant fire beasts, there were countless triangular eyes. Their gazes were focused on one person, Wang Lin, who was floating in the air. Any of the fire beasts here could resist his divine sense. This was simply impossible. If this was really the case, then there could only be one explanation, and that was that these fire beasts didn't have souls or divine sense. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He looked at the fire beasts below him and flew away without a word. Gradually, his expression became even more gloomy. Along the way, he could see fire beasts inside the mouth of the volcano. These fire beasts were all lying inside the mouth of the volcano, coldly staring at him. It was as if they were waiting for an order. As soon as the order arrived, they would all rush out. Wang Lin's scalp went numb. He touched his forehead and secretly made up his mind to quickly get the map, leave Ho-Fun, and never come back here again. Thinking about this, he stopped and spread out his G-realm divine sense. After sensing a bit, his eyes lit up and he changed directions toward the north. Even though he no longer looked at the volcanoes on the ground, he could still clearly feel the merciless gazes directed at him. At this moment, the nascent soul ancestors of the 4 major sects in Ho-Fun all came out of closed-door cultivation. As people who stood at the top of a rank 3 cultivation country, they could clearly feel the violent heat gathering above Ho-Fun. This had happened many times in the past. This meant that all the volcanoes in Ho-Fun were about to erupt. Every time this happened, they would seal all the volcanoes they were responsible for to prevent them from erupting. This was because once they erupt, it would be a huge disaster for Ho-Fun. Mortals could escape from other countries and wouldn't be strongly opposed. Even if the ruler of the mortal world tried to stop them, the cultivators of the country would come out to persuade them. After all, to these cultivators, mortals were like ants. However, if there were more mortals, there would be more suitable disciples for cultivation. Mortals could leave, but cultivators couldn't. If a large amount of cultivators were to leave, there would be a huge war. In the land of Xiaoxing, the most taboo thing was to move the entire country. This meant that a large amount of spiritual energy would be lost, the power of the local cultivation sects would be messed up, and the spirit stones and magic treasures would fluctuate greatly. The number of cultivation countries in the land of Suzaku was fixed. Once the volcanoes in Ho-Fun erupt, it would be filled with violent fire spiritual energy. This violent spiritual energy was impossible to cultivate with, and as a result, it would be impossible for cultivators to survive in Ho-Fun for a very long time. Luckily, this kind of thing hadn't happened yet. Although there were many volcanoes in Ho-Fun, they were all sealed. Even when they did erupt, it was only a small area and didn't affect the overall situation. 6 hours later, Wang Lin stopped on an official road. His face was already gloomy, but when he saw the scene before him, his face turned ashen. On the official road, there were dozens of corpses. There were also several carriages and horses lying motionless on the ground. Most of these people were men, and without exception, they all had painful expressions on their faces. Most of them had weapons in their hands. It was clear that they were fighting each other before they died. Wang Lin stopped outside a carriage. He waved his hand and the entire carriage seemed to be hit by a gust of wind. Whether it was the wheels or the roof, they were all lifted up. The moment a body fell to the ground, a red light flew out and turned into the shape of a devil. He stared at Wang Lin and revealed a terrified expression. However, his expression quickly turned ferocious and he roared, "You came just in time. I was just about to go find you. These mortal souls are too tasteless. I wonder how you taste." With that, he suddenly pounced toward Wang Lin. Wang Lin had a plan before. The reason he was able to find this devil was because he had left a mark on each of the beasts he fed him. If he continued to feed them like this, then one day, no matter how strong the devil became, he would be able to control them. However, right now, he only had a limited amount of time, so he could only sense the devil's location within a certain range. To be continued. Chapter 134. Unfortunately, when he was chasing Sun Yukai, he encountered a fire beast, which caused the demon to escape. After Wang Lin came out of the volcano, he immediately used his divine sense to search for the demon. At this time, the demon had devoured more than 10 people, and his cultivation had recovered to the peak of the foundation establishment stage. He thought that he could completely ignore Wang Lin's control and ferociously charged at him. Wang Lin's eyes were cold and red lightning flashed in his eyes. The demon screamed as if he had been struck by lightning and quickly retreated. How could Wang Lin let him do as he wished? He took a step forward and reached out with his right hand. The attraction spell turned into an invisible hand that grabbed the demon. The demon immediately begged for mercy, but Wang Lin ignored him. His G-realm divine sense kept stabbing the demon. His control of his G-realm divine sense was very good. Every time the demon was about to collapse, he would stop for a moment. Green smoke came from the demon's body and his screams became weaker and weaker until he completely stopped. The fear in the demon's eyes had reached its peak. This time, he was afraid of Wang Lin from the bottom of his heart. Wang Lin's cold eyes revealed a trace of ruthlessness. He stared at the demon and coldly said, "If you do it again, you will die." The demon was terrified and panicked. He had yet to recover from the shock and kept mumbling. Wang Lin slapped his bag of holding and the piece of metal flew out. The demon didn't need Wang Lin to remind him. He quickly turned into a red light and entered it. The piece of metal flashed a few times before returning to the bag of holding. Wang Lin looked around at the corpses that the demon had devoured. He was silent for a while. His current mentality was very different from before the upheaval in Zhao. Before, Wang Lin's personality was filled with the simple and honest aura of a mountain village youth. But now, this simple and honest aura had disappeared along with the death of his family. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. If he couldn't even protect himself and his family, what reason would he have to be so merciful? Situ Nan had wanted to enter the demonic path many times. Before, Wang Lin had always resisted, but after dying once, he no longer had any reason to resist. So what if I become a demon? Wang Lin sneered. He waved his hand and all the corpses around him disappeared. He then leaped into the air. In the sky above a mountain range that was rarely seen in Hofun, Wang Lin flew around and chose a location. He landed on the mountain and carved out a cave. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the cave was completed. Wang Lin walked in. He then used some rocks to place a confusion formation outside the cave and sealed the east gate. After doing all of this, he sat down cross-legged and took out the bags of holding from Sun Yu Kai and the black-robed man. After searching them with his divine sense, he took out 3 pieces of jade. Wang Lin placed the first piece of jade on his forehead. After checking it for a bit, he pondered a bit and put it on the side. This piece of jade recorded a cultivation method of the evil demon sect called the Carefree Azura spell. The evil demon sect was a demonic sect in Hofun. Most of their cultivation methods were heard of. This great freedom Shura art had a total of 6 levels. It focused on cultivating the merciless path of the Shura. By killing people to train one's heart, one would enter the merciless path. By immersing oneself in the merciless path, one would create a Shura soul and use it to replace one's nascent soul. This was the power of the great freedom Shura art. Cultivating this cultivation method had a strict requirement at the beginning. One had to kill one person every day. Wang Lin thought for a bit and guessed that the black-robed man must have cultivated this great freedom Shura art. This piece of jade must have come from his bag of holding. Wang Lin wasn't very interested in this cultivation method, but he was interested in some of the spells recorded inside. Although these demonic spells were cruel, they were very practical. After picking up the second piece of jade, Wang Lin scanned it with his divine sense and revealed a happy expression. This piece of jade only recorded one spell, the False Earth Escape Technique. The False Earth Escape Technique was one of the 5-element escape technique. This 5-element escape technique was very famous, and it was known as a great technique during ancient times. Even after the destruction of the ancient cultivation world and the emergence of the Cultivation Alliance, the 5-element escape technique was still very rare, and its name was even more mysterious. However, the 5-element escape technique was too famous, so it naturally spawned many branches. Most of these branches used the name of the 5-element escape technique, but compared to the real escape technique, they were only scratching the surface. The piece of jade in Wang Lin's hand wasn't the real 5-element escape technique. It was only a bit more advanced than those scratching the surface. However, just a bit more advanced was enough to make the difference between heaven and earth. Time slowly passed as he immersed himself in studying the false earth escape technique. It wasn't until the morning of the second day that Wang Lin slowly opened his eyes. His face revealed a hint of enlightenment. He didn't stand up but hit the ground with his hand. His body disappeared and reappeared 30 feet away. Wang Lin's face revealed a hint of joy as he muttered to himself, "This Mal Yang's body, talent, and spirit root are much stronger than mine." Whether it is talent or spirit root, this Mal Yang's body is much stronger than mine before. Although it isn't the best, it is at least average, so it won't be too difficult to cultivate the false earth escape technique. However, it will take a long time to truly master it. Wang Lin took out the bucket of spirit liquid from his bag of holding. After taking a big gulp, he began to cultivate. Half an hour later, all the fatigue from studying the false earth escape technique was gone. He picked up the third jade slip unhurriedly and looked at it with rapt attention. It recorded some of Sun Yotsai's daily trivia. Presumably, Sun Yukai had a hobby of recording daily matters. In this jade slip, it described his 30 years of cultivation. There was also the complicated and chaotic relationship he had with several female cultivators. Wang Lin only glanced through these things. What really interested him was Sun Yotsai's detailed summary of all the pills he had consumed in the past 10 years. There were more than 10 types of pills mentioned. Each pill had a reaction to the body, the increase in spiritual force, and the speed at which one's cultivation increased. In addition, there were 7 or 8 pills that he was fascinated by but never had the chance to see. After looking at it for a while, Wang Lin put away the 3 pieces of jade and continued to look through the other items in the bag of holding. Sun Yotsai's bag of holding didn't have any treasures other than a few bottles of pills. If it was before, Wang Lin might have been confused, but after seeing Sun Yotsai's 30 years of life, he knew that even though Sun Yukai had killed people for their treasures several times, he had spent all his money on spirit herbs to increase his cultivation. There was one item in the middle-aged man's bag of holding that caught Wang Lin's attention. It was a piece of yellow paper. A black symbol was drawn on the paper. A powerful aura was emitted from the yellow paper. Wang Lin recognized this yellow paper. He once had one. This was made by a core formation cultivator. It was a treasure pill that could unleash the full power of the creator. Holding the yellow paper, Wang Lin sneered in his heart. If the middle-aged man in black was more cautious and used this treasure, he wouldn't have died. However, it was obvious that this treasure pill was his trump card. He wouldn't use it unless he had no other choice. Unfortunately, he encountered Wang Lin's extreme knowledge. He also underestimated his opponent, so he didn't even have the time to take out this treasure. Compared to this treasure pill, the other items in the bag of holding weren't worth mentioning. After organizing the spoils of war, Wang Lin touched his forehead. The heaven-defying bead slowly came out and floated in the air. Looking at the bead, Wang Lin revealed a bitter smile. At this time, the surface of the bead had once again returned to the 5 leaves. Wang Lin pondered for a while. The heaven-defying bead needed the completion of the 5 elements in order to unleash its true power. Right now, the water and fire attributes were already complete. The wood attribute was only half a step away. Only the metal and earth attributes were left before the 5 elements could be gathered. Wang Lin was looking forward to what kind of power the bead could display after the 5 elements were complete. Looking at it now, other than having a dream space, it didn't seem to have any other uses. However, how could a treasure that could destroy the body of the number 1 cultivator in Rosefinch, Situnan, be so simple? Staring at the bead, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He placed the bead between his eyebrows and shook his bag of holding. A piece of jade flew out. Wang Lin grabbed it and sent his divine sense into it. This piece of jade was made by Yang Xiong from the War God Shrine. It contained all kinds of methods and chants for refining treasures. On the way here, Wang Lin didn't have time to look at it. Now, he finally had the time to carefully study it. At this moment, the countless volcanoes in the country of Ho Fun were emitting more and more black smoke. The violent and hot spiritual energy spread across the country. In addition, many disciples from the 4 great sects discovered the fire beasts inside the volcanoes. They were all shocked and quickly reported this to their superiors. The 4 great sects were very familiar with sealing the volcanoes. They had even heard about the fire beasts inside the volcanoes. However, this was a secret that only nascent soul cultivators knew about. At this moment, in the main hall of the War God Shrine, there were 4 men and 2 women sitting on 2 sides. They were all frowning and were silent. "Everyone, what do you think of this matter?" A white-haired, withered, and yellow-skinned old man on the left asked in a deep voice. "Senior Brother Song, I've only read about this fire spirit beast in some ancient books. They say it is a type of spirit beast, but the words are a bit exaggerated. I believe that since it is a spirit beast, it can be tamed. If the 6 of us work together, I don't believe that we can't subdue a mere fire spirit beast with our nascent soul cultivation." The person who spoke was a middle-aged man with a slouched waist and long sideburns. His face was like a crown jade, and he was cultured and refined. Although his voice was light, it was filled with arrogance. "When I was still in the core formation stage, I met that fire spirit beast with Master once. It's an innate fire spirit, so not only are all fire-related magic techniques useless, they even increase its power. Only cold-attributed magic techniques can slightly resist it, but if you're talking about killing it, there's no need to even think about it, much less subduing it," the beautiful woman that Wang Lin had met once said without any trace of politeness. The middle-aged scholar didn't feel awkward. He looked at the woman with affection and chuckled before shaking his head in silence. "This matter is simple. Since that fire beast has existed for a long time and has never left the volcanoes, it must be restricted by some kind of heavenly might. All we have to do is increase the strength of the seal. Rather than discussing this here, why don't we seal it as soon as possible? I'll take my leave first." The person who spoke flicked his sleeves, stood up and walked out. This person was 6 chi tall and 3 cun long. His eyes were like a river, and his mouth was like a lake. Seeing that everyone else was silent, the old man surnamed Song said, "Forget it. I hope the appearance of this fire beast won't cause the seal to fail. According to the previous rules, we will each seal the volcanoes we are assigned to." The same scene played out in the Lu-He sect, the evil demon sect, and the Serene sect. The result was almost the same. Thus, all of the nascent soul cultivators in Ho Fun began to seal the volcanoes. At this moment, the entire country of Ho Fun often saw nascent soul cultivators sealing the volcanoes. The fluctuations of spiritual energy in the world became even more intense. What caused the nascent soul experts to feel strange was that each of the volcanoes was filled with countless flame beasts. These flame beasts had cold gazes, and didn't try to stop the sealing process, nor did they attack. They just quietly watched. Their expressions gave people the feeling that they were completely ignoring the seal. Gradually, the hearts of the nascent soul cultivators who were participating in the seal became heavier and heavier. Those who were previously optimistic couldn't help but change their minds. Wang Lin, who was immersed in the jade, knew all of this. Wang Lin had already guessed that the fire beasts would eventually appear, but he had to wait 10 days for Lin Tao to get the map. Only then could he leave. Otherwise, going to another country to find another map would be too troublesome. On this day, there were still 4 days until the appointed time with Lin Tao. Wang Lin withdrew his divine sense from the jade. He looked tired, but his eyes were filled with joy. The refining jade was profound and not something that could be mastered in a short period of time. Wang Lin had a deep understanding of this, So when he realized this, he immediately focused on refining flying sword. Carefully putting the refining jade into his bag of holding, Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He waved his right hand and the metal piece immediately flew out. It circled around his head once before stopping in front of him. After using it for a while, the size of the metal piece had been reduced by half. The edges were already a bit black. It was obvious that flying at high speeds had caused it to melt repeatedly. Wang Lin pondered for a bit and immediately put his hands together. When he pulled them apart, a few strands of spirit force appeared between his hands. These strands were the first step of the War God Shrine's refining. The refining technique of the War God Shrine was completely different from traditional refining technique. It could be said that it was an unconventional sword. It didn't use spirit fire to refine, it didn't use molds to add arrays, and it wasn't a simple fusion of materials. It was a strange system that was unconstrained and unconstrained. This special system focused on three processes: adjustment, fusion, and combination. At the same time, the refining technique of the War God Shrine required a very important tool, which was the reaction furnace that was mentioned many times in the Jade. The function of the reaction furnace was to stimulate the properties of various refining materials. Only by creating the reaction furnace could one be considered to have grasped the first step of the War God Shrine's refining technique. Wang Lin's hands moved very quickly. The strands of spirit force in his hands constantly increased until they finally connected together. It was as if Wang Lin's hands were wrapped in a piece of silk, forming a sparkling spirit screen. After the spirit screen was formed, Wang Lin's hands shook and the silk slowly floated up. Wang Lin's eyes flashed and the method of creating the reaction furnace appeared in his mind. There was an extremely harsh requirement, and that was the skull of a spirit beast to be used as the body of the furnace. Wang Lin didn't know that this requirement alone caused the majority of the refining cultivators of the War God Shrine to be stuck forever. Wang Lin took a deep breath and patted his bag of holding. A snake corpse as thick as a bucket and connected to its head floated out. This snake corpse came from Su Hao's bag of holding in the outer realm. It was unknown where he obtained it, but Wang Lin didn't put it in his eyes before. At this moment, the production of the reaction furnace required the skull of a spirit beast. Thus, he took it out and gave it a try. According to Wang Lin's analysis, this snake corpse was most likely the spirit pet of a powerful cultivator in the outer realm battlefield. It died together with its master and was picked up by Su Hao when he cleaned up the battlefield. After carefully cutting off the snake's head and removing the skin and flesh, what appeared in front of Wang Lin was an oval-shaped skull. After getting rid of the red and white matter, the body of the reaction furnace was complete. Next, Wang Lin took a deep breath and carefully controlled the silk-like spirit screen to slowly attach it to the body of the reaction furnace. With a snap, cracks appeared on the skull. After a series of cracking sounds, the cracks became larger and larger. Finally, the entire skull turned into countless pieces and fell to the ground. At this moment, the spirit screen also slowly dissipated until it completely disappeared. The production of the reaction furnace had failed. Wang Lin bitterly smiled. Although he was disappointed, he was somewhat prepared. According to the Jade Slip, the success rate of making the reaction furnace wasn't high. If he wanted to increase the success rate, aside from controlling the spirit threads, the most important thing was to choose the body of the reaction furnace. The skull of a spirit beast that had just died was the best, and the skull of a powerful spirit beast was the best. If he could get his hands on the skull of a desolate beast, then the success rate would be even higher. On the other hand, if the spirit beast had been dead for a long time, then the success rate would be much lower. If it wasn't a spirit beast, then the success rate was basically zero. The quality of the reaction furnace would determine the result of refining. This was mentioned more than once in the Jade Slip. Wang Lin pondered a bit. Since the production of the reaction furnace had failed, Then the only spirit beast in his bag was the snake corpse. Now that the snake's skull was broken, he couldn't continue making the reaction furnace. Wang Lin could only take a step back and choose another method to refine. He pointed at the piece of metal and it immediately began to spin. Soon, drops of molten iron fell and the piece of metal became smaller and smaller. Finally, as it spun faster and faster, it completely melted, leaving behind only a puddle of molten iron on the ground. The devil had already appeared. It stood on the side and secretly looked at Wang Lin. The image of a small green sword slowly floated out from the molten iron and circled around Wang Lin. Wang Lin took out a black flying sword from his bag of holding. This flying sword belonged to senior brother Sun Yukai, so it was a good opportunity for Wang Lin to take advantage of. Wang Lin pointed at the image of the small sword, and it immediately shot into the black flying sword, slowly merging with it. This method was the most direct, but also the worst. It couldn't even be considered refining. It could only be said to be like possessing someone else's body, changing the body of the flying sword. Zhao Zhouge frowned as he experimented. The flying sword was much faster than the piece of metal, but it was still a lot slower than when he was in Zhao. However, this was already the best result he could get. This time, the devil didn't wait for Wang Lin's order and obediently entered the flying sword. Wang Lin put away the flying sword and calculated the time. After resting for a bit, he took a step and disappeared without any hesitation. Wang Lin didn't know that while he was in closed-door cultivation, a heaven-shaking change had occurred in Hofun. The source of this change was a nascent soul cultivator from the Lu He sect. When he was sealing a volcano, the volcano he had just sealed suddenly erupted. Magma sprayed out more than 1,000 feet high. At the same time, a large amount of black smoke filled the sky. What made the nascent soul cultivator's scalp go numb was the endless amount of fire beasts that rushed out from the erupting volcano along with the magma. Among these fire beasts, there was a very large one that charged at the nascent soul cultivator. The man and beast fought, and the nascent soul cultivator was no match, so he escaped with injuries. Luckily, the fire beasts didn't chase after him. Instead, they went to other volcanoes to destroy the seals. At this moment, all of the volcanoes in Hofun erupted one after another. The entire world was filled with violent fire spiritual energy. If someone breathed in spiritual energy like this, they would go berserk. If it was serious, they would be on fire. The moment this happened, the entire country of Hofun was in chaos. First was the mortal realm. To mortals, these fire beasts couldn't resist at all, so the entire country of Hofun had to move. Next were the large and small cultivation families. These families all looked at the four great sects to see if they would fight or move. The nascent soul cultivators of the four great sects gathered at the war god shrine. After reporting this matter to the higher cultivation countries, they decisively gave the order to move. All of the disciples that went out returned to their own sects and began to move the entire country. After all, the four great sects didn't dare to gamble on when a rank 4 cultivation country would come. If they didn't leave soon, even if the fire beasts were destroyed, Hofun's strength would be greatly reduced and it could fall back to rank 2. The border of Hofun was very close to the country of Xianwu. Xianwu was also a rank 3 cultivation country. Compared to Hofun, Xianwu's power was much more complicated. When Wang Lin walked out of the cave, the four great sects were in the process of moving. Moving an entire sect sounds simple, but it is actually very complicated. Adding on the fire beasts' attacks, the sects had to send out disciples to stop the fire beasts while they were moving. As a result, when the four great sects gathered together, along with the large and small cultivation families, they formed a group of more than 20,000 cultivators. Not only had the fire beasts opened up all of the volcanoes in Hofun, but they had also formed an army of more than 100,000 fire beasts. They surrounded the country from all directions. After a few big battles, the army of cultivators finally broke through the encirclement of the fire beast. They left behind a group of people to defend the country of Xianwu. The moment Wang Lin appeared outside the cave, his pupils shrank. In the sky, 7 or 8 cultivators were attacked by a group of fire beasts. Blood splattered everywhere and they all died in an instant. To be continued. Chapter 135. Wang Lin didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward. He immediately used the earth escape technique. He quickly rushed towards the direction of the war god temple. Along the way, he spread out his divine sense. He saw that the sky was filled with fire beasts. The more he walked, the more shocked he became. He immediately turned around. He didn't look for Lin Tao. Instead, he followed Mao Yang's memory. He escaped towards the border. Ho Fun. He couldn't stay for long. But he didn't go far. Suddenly, a huge divine sense descended from the sky. After sweeping past him, it quickly retreated. It gathered on him. Wang Lin was shocked. He looked with his divine sense. He saw that above the clouds in the sky, 16 huge fire beasts formed a circle. There was a ring of fire floating in the middle of the circle. Streaks of red threads. It spread from the ring of fire. It was connected to the heads of the 16 huge fire beasts. The huge divine sense came from this ring of fire. Obviously, these were 16 fire beasts working together. They used some kind of magical talent, the divine ability that they used. The moment they discovered Wang Lin, the eyes of the 16 fire beasts revealed a monstrous cold light. One by one, they descended from the sky. They rushed towards Wang Lin's position. Wang Lin didn't say anything and sped up. He ran away at full speed. The 16 giant beasts roared and spat out a large amount of molten liquid. His face immediately turned red. Cracks appeared on it. Wang Lin had suffered from this before. How could he repeat the same mistake? The moment the giant beasts spat out the molten liquid, he suddenly jumped out from the ground. He turned into a long rainbow and flew away immediately. The 16 giant beasts chased after him. The reason why they came out of the female crouch, there was only one reason. That was to find the cultivator who killed the fire spirit ancestral beast. This was the only thought in their minds. Meanwhile, because of Wang Lin, these fire beasts hated all the cultivators in the area. They practically killed every single person they saw. Compared to cultivators, they had also suffered heavy losses. Under the magical treasures of those high-level cultivators, countless fire beasts were killed or wounded. To be more precise, these fire beasts does not have a soul. Instead, it existed in a special way. An ordinary flying sword. It couldn't break their hard bodies. The only way to kill them, he had to use some powerful magic treasures. It was a heavy blow. However, there were just too many fire beasts. So far, inside the craters of various sizes, new fire beasts were still emerging endlessly. How many of them were there? Apart from the fire spirit ancestor that was absorbed by the heaven-defying pearl, no one knew. Wang Lin flew faster and faster. If the giant beast behind him was in the lava, its speed would naturally be faster than Wang Lin's. But now, he was out of the magma. Their speed immediately dropped. He maintained a certain distance from Wang Lin. However, he was unable to catch up. However, Wang Lin didn't feel good either. The surrounding sky was filled with violent fire spirit energy. Every time he took a breath, there was a burst of pain in his body. Other than that, with the roar of the giant beasts behind him, along the way there were constantly fire beasts blocking his way. Slowly, more and more fire beasts were chasing after him. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense. His scalp immediately went numb. There was a black mass behind him. Exactly how many? He couldn't tell at a glance. As long as he paused, he would be pounced on by the fire beasts, torn to pieces. But Wang Lin was not the kind of person who would be chased by others. Back then, when he was in the late stage of foundation building, he was chased by Ting Li when he was in the qi condensation stage. He even dared to resist and sneak attack. At this moment, his eyes flashed. He took out a wooden barrel filled with spirit power liquid. While flying, he took a big gulp to replenish the spirit power in his body. Then, a black light flew out of his storage bag. After a flash, it disappeared. It teleported to the front of those fire beasts. It stabbed towards a normal-sized fire beast. The sound of metal colliding sounded. A bloody mark appeared on the chest of the fire beast. It was bounced far away. It fell from midair and landed on the ground. After rolling a few times, with a roar, it rushed again. Wang Lin's expression remained the same, but there was a hint of gloominess in his eyes. Not only was the divine sense attack of this fire beast useless, even its physical body was so hard. The flying sword stabbed it but didn't kill it, and the injury looked. It could only be regarded as a minor injury. Wang Lin was not reconciled to it. While flying, he continued to control the flying sword to sneak attack. Then the flying sword had the property of teleportation, appearing and disappearing like a ghost. Finally, in an attack, the flying sword stabbed between the eyebrows of a fire beast. The fire beast's body immediately trembled. Its head exploded with a bang. It set off a layer of heat wave. Wang Lin's hair immediately bent. There was a burning smell, but there was joy in his eyes. He thought to himself that this fire beast, it was not without weaknesses. In the following chase, Wang Lin kept controlling the flying sword to sneak attack. One fire beast after another was killed by his sword. These normal-sized fire beasts, according to Wang Lin's calculation, it should be equivalent to the qi condensation stage, but it was not afraid of divine sense. Its body was hard, so it was not easy to kill. But Wang Lin was alone. After all, the lethality was limited, and those fire beasts didn't know fear at all. Even if there were many casualties, they also rushed over without fear. In the end, because the flying sword teleported too many times, and the sword's spirit was simply a host. It was not a real sacrificial refinement. The flying sword had become deformed. It was full of potholes. Some parts had completely melted. At this time, even if the previous owner of this flying sword was resurrected, he probably wouldn't be able to recognize it. It seemed that this wouldn't last long, and there were more and more fire beasts. Although Wang Lin had the spiritual energy liquid to replenish, but there would be a time when it was used up. Once that time came, he couldn't replenish his spiritual energy in time. The only outcome was death. Wang Lin gritted his teeth. He changed his direction. He didn't go to Xianwu. Instead, he flew to the War God Temple. He didn't believe that the War God Temple would be destroyed by these fire beasts. If he was the ancestor of the War God Temple, he would definitely choose to migrate as a whole. As for migration, it couldn't be done so easily. It would definitely take some time. And even if they moved, it couldn't be too fast. After all, if the whole sect migrated, there were too many people, and he had only been in seclusion for 8 days in the cave. Even if the fire beasts appeared on the first day of his seclusion, it was impossible for the War God Temple to move away so quickly. These were just his guesses. What really made Wang Lin make up his mind? It was the soul blood in his body, the approximate location of Yang Xiong and Lin Tao. Wang Lin changed his direction. The fire beasts immediately closed the distance. The solution was constantly sprayed out. Several times, Wang Lin was almost sprayed. He gritted his teeth. He exerted his full speed. He galloped away. Not long after, a majestic aura of Wang Lin came from afar. Wang Lin scanned with his divine sense. He immediately heaved a sigh of relief. He saw an army of more than 10,000 cultivators. They slowly flew over from afar. The scene of 10,000 sword lights wandering in the sky. This caused Wang Lin's heart to shake, but he immediately returned to normal. He rushed towards the army of cultivators. In the army of cultivators, there were countless chariots. Waves of spiritual power came out from the chariot. The fire beasts that were chasing Wang Lin suddenly stopped. 16 giant beasts roared. They blocked the path of the army of cultivators. The army of cultivators didn't stop. Instead, thousands of sword lights flew out, under the lead of 10 nascent soul cultivators. Without any hesitation, they directly charged over. They began to fight with the fire beasts. Then, another 2 groups flew out from the army. About 2,000 cultivators. They joined the battle. Wang Lin hadn't flown into the army. Immediately, more than 10 sword lights flew out. They stopped 10 feet away from Wang Lin. One of them was a young woman. She looked ordinary, but there was a murderous aura between her eyebrows. She looked at the fire beasts behind Wang Lin. She revealed a look of hatred. She said in a clear voice, "Fellow Taoist, which sect are you from? What's your name? Quickly tell me your name." Wang Lin's face showed lingering fear. He quickly cupped his fists and said, "I'm Ma Liang, a disciple of the War God Temple." The woman glanced at Wang Lin. She said coldly, "Qing Xian, bring him to the army of the War God Temple. Find out his identity. If he's not a disciple of the War God Temple, kill him." A young man flew out from the crowd. He nodded to Wang Lin, motioning for him to follow. Then he immediately turned into a sword light and flew towards the army of cultivators. Wang Lin cupped his fists at the woman. He didn't care about her tone. Following closely behind the young man. Very quickly, they arrived at the middle of the army of cultivators. The closer they got, the more people flew together. The stronger the feeling of covering the sky. The spiritual power fluctuations here had reached a terrifying level. Although the entire sky was covered by a layer of black fog from the volcano. But under the spiritual power fluctuations of the army of cultivators, it was as if a huge sword had split the entire sky into 2. A gap was opened up in the middle. Everywhere it passed, the black fog rolled and dispersed. It couldn't stop it at all. The sword energy emitted by tens of thousands of flying swords. It was even more dazzling than the spiritual power fluctuations. Under this sword energy, it could be said that the weather had changed. The sky had no face. The flying swords were mighty and mighty. It revealed the power of the sky collapsing. The power of the white rainbow piercing through it. Especially at the break of dawn. The black fog retreated in fear. At the moment of the battle ahead. Unknowingly, there was a tide turning, a horizontal general. The sky opened up like the smell of spring. All kinds of magic treasures and flying swords flashed in the sky. It was like fireworks being set off at the same time. It was dazzling to watch. It was a spectacular scene. It was something that Wang Lin would never forget in his life. This kind of scene. It could only be seen in large battles. Compared to the collapse of the foreign battlefield, there was an additional majestic aura of unity in this scene. There was a will to charge out of Hofun. This power. It wasn't something that an individual could have. It could only be achieved by using the power of the entire country. It was like a hot knife through butter. It killed everything that stood in its way. Only the group of fire beasts could be compared to them. Wang Lin couldn't help but be in a daze. When he woke up, he was already with a young man called Qing Xian. He caught up with the middle group of the cultivator army. Scout Camp, disciple of the Luaha sect, Qing Xian. Ma Liang of the War God Temple has come to meet up. Fellow cultivator of the War God Temple, please identify me. I will go back and report. Qing Xian said loudly. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The nascent soul stage woman didn't attack him. There was a hint of solicitation in her words. If not for that, Wang Lin wouldn't have come here. But even without the woman, Wang Lin would have chosen to come here. After all, he was being chased by the fire beast. This was his only choice. But Wang Lin was cautious. He had already decided to escape if the situation was not good. The fire beasts were fighting in front of him. If he escaped, there wouldn't be many people who would chase him. As for the nascent soul stage, it definitely wouldn't be at this time. Let go of the important matter of moving, and to chase him. And the core formation stage. It was the main force of the current battle. If they really wanted to kill him, the peak late stage of the foundation establishment stage was the best choice. But to Wang Lin, the foundation establishment stage, he would kill whoever came. If 10 came, he would kill 10. He was not afraid at all. Chapter 136. As soon as Qing Xian finished his sentence, a lady who was standing on a flying sword in the Hall of War God heard the 2 words Maoliang, and her expression changed. She clenched her teeth, stopped and turned around to fly over. This lady was dressed like a young married woman. She had a natural beauty. Her fingers looked like they were cutting the root of an onion, and her mouth looked like it was holding a vermilion pill. She floated over with slender step. This woman was Mao Yang's junior sister, Su Si, whom he couldn't forget even when he was in the foreign battleground. She first bowed to Qing Xian and then looked at Wang Lin indifferently. She opened her red lips and said coldly, "Where did this villain come from? How dare he pretend to be someone from the War God Temple? Senior brother Qing Xian, please help me kill this person." After she finished speaking, she patted her storage pouch and a 2-inch long black feather needle appeared in her hand. She shook her wrist and the feather array immediately fell like a storm toward Wang Lin. The feather needles grew bigger in the wind and turned into a black rain. As if the wind was helping them, they shot toward Wang Lin with an overwhelming force. Qing Xian was startled and didn't make a move. Instead, he took a few steps back and stared coldly at Wang Lin without saying a word. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but a trace of mockery flashed in his heart. He waved his sleeve, and an invisible hand appeared in the air. It grabbed the flying feather needles and easily caught them. He snorted and wiped away the divine sense on them before putting them back into his storage pouch with a calm expression. The young woman's charming face immediately turned pale. A trace of blood flowed down from her red lips. Her delicate body trembled, and the flying sword under her feet suddenly became dim. She was shocked and stared at Wang Lin with a look of disbelief. In her impression, Mao Yang didn't have this kind of ability. Not only did he ignore her magic treasure, but he was also able to easily wipe away the divine sense on the magic treasure. This made her heart tremble. At this moment, 3 sword lights quickly flew over from the direction of the War God Temple. When they landed, 3 young men appeared. The one in the middle was Yang Xiong. He glanced at the young woman, turned to Qing Xian and cupped his fists. "Thank you, Taoist Qing Xian. Junior brother Maoliang is indeed a disciple of the War God Temple." Qing Xian looked at them meaningfully, smiled, and shook his head. His body moved and flew away on his sword. After flying for a short distance, he looked back and saw Yang Xiong standing next to Wang Lin with a respectful expression. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be stunned. After pondering for a while, he changed his direction and flew toward the He Tuesday. Yang Xiong ignored the others and stood in front of Wang Lin, whispering, "Master knows progenitor Feng Luan?" "The person on the 5-colored phoenix chariot is the primogenitor. She ordered me to bring you to her." Wang Lin raised his head and looked at the army of cultivators moving forward. In the direction of the War God Temple, there was a 5-colored phoenix chariot with a woman standing on it. She seemed to sense Wang Lin's gaze and turned to look at Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He knew that this progenitor Feng Luan was the young woman who had asked him for Zhou Zihong's soul blood. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin followed Yang Xiong forward. When he passed by Su Si, Wang Lin looked at her coldly and left a trace of his divine sense in her body. This trace would activate in a month, and at that time, this woman would definitely die. Ever since Wang Lin experienced the upheaval in Zhao, he would kill anyone who was hostile to him, whether it was a man or a woman. He would kill them before they had the chance to grow. Since this Su Si attacked first, she couldn't blame him for being merciless. Yang Xiong led the way in front of Wang Lin and whispered. Lin Tao was caught by progenitor Feng Luan while making a copy of the map. The map is now in the progenitor's hands. Lin Tao was also punished. If it wasn't for this migration, I'm afraid he would have been locked up in the Forbidden Land for 10 years. Wang Lin's expression was calm, but his vigilance was even stronger. He quickly followed Yang Xiong to the 5-colored phoenix chariot. When they got close, Yang Xiong slowed down a bit. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he flew past Yang Xiong and landed in front of the woman. He clasped his hands and respectfully said, Wang Lin greets Senior. The woman withdrew her gaze from the battlefield and looked at Wang Lin a few times. Then she softly said, Wang Lin, is that your real name? Wang Lin nodded and didn't say anything. There were too many people named Wang Lin. There was no need to hide this kind of thing. If the woman found out, it would be bad. The woman looked at the army of cultivators around her. After pondering a bit, she said, right now, the country of Hofun is in danger. Once we get to the country of Xianwu, there will be a big battle. You don't have to worry about it. If anyone comes looking for trouble with you, I'll guarantee your safety, but I can only help you once. After that, I'll forget about you saving Violet Rainbow. Just as Feng Luan finished speaking, the world suddenly darkened. On the battlefield in the distance, 10 huge volcanoes were broken from the ground by the nascent soul cultivators using their magic power. They rose into the air and fiercely through the volcanoes. Wherever they passed, the fire beasts all retreated. Some of the fire beasts didn't manage to dodge in time and were immediately smashed into pieces by the huge volcanoes. Borrowing the momentum of the mountains, the army of cultivators charged out like a hot knife through butter. There were about 20,000 fire beasts chasing Wang Lin, but the army of cultivators created an opening. Rays of sword energy immediately shot out. Once there was an opening, the fire beasts would definitely be defeated. The goal of the army of cultivators wasn't to destroy the fire beasts, but to break out of the encirclement. Feng Luan stared at the battlefield in the distance. The wind chariot under her suddenly sped up and charged into the army of cultivators. The 16 fire beasts were being held back by the nascent soul cultivators. They roared again and again before finally stopping. Their cold eyes stared at the retreating army of cultivators. Then, they clasped their hands together in a strange posture. Waves of roars came from their mouths. Soon after, thin red threads spread out from the top of their heads and gathered above them, finally forming a ring of fire. As soon as this ring of fire appeared, the 16 giant beasts immediately revealed pious expressions and let out low whimpers. Their bodies shrunk at a speed visible to the naked eye. Bursts of dark red light emerged from their bodies and merged into the ring of fire. This process lasted for nearly 2 hours. During this period of time, some cultivators noticed that something was amiss and turned around to stop it. However, they'd only come within 300 meters of it when they were immediately struck by a glistening and exterminating energy, and they were instantly turned into ashes. Seeing this, no more cultivators tried to stop them. 2 hours later, the bodies of the 16 giant beasts slowly dissipated and merged into the ring of fire. The ring of fire did not change in size, but its color became blood-red. In the end, it silently shattered and turned into red spots that dissipated between heaven and earth. At this moment, all of the fire beasts in the country of Ho Fun stopped moving. They all knelt down on the ground and let out whimpers. Shortly after, one of the fire beasts suddenly fell to the ground and began to twitch. If you looked closely, you would see a red mark on its forehead. Its body quickly expanded and in less than an incense stick of time, it grew to a height of 100 feet. Shortly after, more and more fire beasts appeared on their foreheads and their bodies rapidly grew. In less than 2 hours, all of the fire beasts in the country of Hofun seemed to have gone through a transformation. They all grew to 100 feet tall and their strength increased by more than 10 times. These transformed fire beasts all flew into the air and chased after the army of cultivators. Gradually, more and more transformed fire beasts joined the army of cultivators. It was a majestic scene. As for the army of the earth cultivators, after the 10 nascent soul cultivators returned, 4 of them returned to the war god shrine. One of them, an old man, looked at Wang Lin and gloomily shouted, "Was it you, a junior, who lured the fire beast here?" Wang Lin coldly stared at the old man and nodded. The old man let out a few cold snorts and reached out his hand toward Wang Lin. Feng Luan, who was standing next to Wang Lin, had a gloomy expression. She slapped the 5-colored phoenix chariot and a 5-colored bird flew out. It let out a cry and flapped its wings, causing a 5-colored ripple to appear. The old man withdrew his hand and took a few steps back. He looked at the woman and angrily said, "Feng Luan, what are you doing? Not only did this brat possess a disciple of the war god shrine, but he also lured the fire beasts here. Do you know that in that battle just now, more than 1,000 of our disciples died?" Feng Luan revealed a decisive expression and said, "With me here, you can't kill him." Zhou Jin gloomily stared at Feng Luan. After pondering for a bit, he said, "This person isn't Maoyang, so he isn't a disciple of the war god shrine. I can spare him, but if he isn't from the war god shrine, he can't stay here." Feng Luan turned to look at Wang Lin and said, "Wang Lin, are you willing to be my honorary disciple?" Wang Lin quickly thanked her and nodded. Zhou Jin's eyes narrowed and revealed a cold gaze. Feng Luan's cultivation level was the same as his, early-stage nascent soul, but her Dao partner, Yang Sen, was mid-stage nascent soul. It wasn't worth it to offend 2 nascent soul cultivators for such an insignificant matter. Zhou Jin snorted and said, "Since junior martial sister Feng Luan is willing to accept him as a disciple, I won't pursue this matter any further. Let's put this person's identity aside for now. With his mid-stage foundation establishment cultivation, he won't be able to guarantee his safety on the battlefield." With that, he waved his sleeve and left. As for the remaining 3 nascent soul cultivators, only one of them flew towards Feng Luan. The other 2 shook their heads and left. The one that flew towards Feng Luan was a middle-aged scholar. He was the mid-stage nascent soul cultivator that Zhou Jin was wary of. Young senator, he glanced at Wang Lin and frowned. He then sighed at Feng Luan and said, "Sister Luan, why are you doing this?" Feng Luan coldly looked at the middle-aged scholar and said, "If it wasn't for him, Hong would have died in the foreign battleground. If it wasn't for you, how could Hong have entered such a dangerous place?" The middle-aged scholar was silent for a long time. He turned around and bowed deeply to Wang Lin. He then took out a jade talisman from his bag of holding and threw it to Wang Lin. He said, "This talisman is a nascent soul-level magic treasure that I refined a long time ago. I've already withdrawn my divine sense. After you refine it, you can keep your life in this battle. Sigh, the top 10 is on the verge of collapsing. I beg for monthly votes." Chapter 137. Wang Lin revealed a joyful expression as he accepted the jade and quickly thanked the middle-aged man. After the middle-aged man threw out the jade, he no longer paid attention to Wang Lin. Instead, he flew into the phoenix chariot and whispered to Feng Luan. Wang Lin was not someone who didn't know what to do. The moment the middle-aged man entered the phoenix chariot, he left and joined the army of cultivators. The border of Hofun was very close to the country of Xianwu. Not only were the cultivators moving here, but the mortals were also moving towards Xianwu. The mutated fire beasts rarely attacked mortals anymore. They only had one target, and that was Wang Lin. As time passed, the fire beasts behind the army of cultivators slowly caught up. The number of fire beasts also increased. A heavy feeling pressed down on the hearts of most of the cultivators. At the same time, it was a heavy feeling that lingered for a long time. At the border of Ho Fun there was a giant basin. After the army of cultivators arrived, a total of 19 nascent soul cultivators from the 4 big sects and cultivation families began a very important discussion. After the discussion, the 19 people flew out from the army of cultivators and floated above the basin. One of the nascent soul cultivators from the Luo He sect said, "This place has been explored by the Luo He sect for many years. We can confirm that this is the ancestral land of the volcanoes, the birthplace of the fire spirit beast. If we seal it here, we can trap all the volcanoes. Then, we can use the country sealing formation thousands of years ago to trap all the fire beasts in Hofun." A red-haired man from the evil demon sect looked at the basin and snorted. "Ancestor, if you have already prepared for this, why didn't you completely eliminate all the trouble back then? Why did it have to end up like this?" The 3 nascent soul cultivators from Serene didn't have coffins on their back. It was clear that they had reached the stage where they could retrieve their bodies. They were only one step away from possessing their bodies. The 3 of them were the most indifferent, as if they had no interest in anything. If it weren't for the fact that the spiritual energy in Ho Fun was violent and unsuitable for them to recover, they wouldn't have participated in this migration. Ancestor Song of the War God Shrine rolled his eyes and faintly said, "Even the ancestors of Ho Fun couldn't have divined that the volcano would erupt and the fire beasts would cause a disaster. Even if they divined it, they wouldn't be able to do anything about it. Being able to gather the power of thousands of years to set up a country sealing formation here is enough for us. Fellow cultivators, let us begin." After Elder Song finished speaking, the 6 nascent soul stage cultivators of the Battle God Hall, including the middle-aged scholar and Feng Luan, stood together in different positions, but they all formed a strange seal with their hands. The 6 of them shouted in unison. 6 lotus flowers appeared from their hand seals and quickly landed on the eastern corner of the basin. The entire basin shook, and a cloud of red mist rose. Next was the Luo He sect, the evil demon sect, and the Serene sect. Lotus flowers fell from the sky and landed on the southern, western, and northern corners. The rumbling became even more intense, and more red mist rose from the basin. The red mist condensed in the air, and formed all kinds of shape. In the end it formed a hollow ring of mist. At that moment, the nascent soul cultivators from the cultivation clans that had yet to act all revealed expressions of helplessness. Each of them fiercely slapped their foreheads, causing their nascent souls to leave their bodies and fly to the center of the mist ring, hesitating to move forward. A cultivator from the Luo He sect suddenly shouted, "Fellow cultivators, if we don't act now, what are we waiting for?" A nascent soul in the mist ring said with a sharp voice, "Forget it. Fellow cultivators, since the 4 great sects are giving us origin replenishing pills, it's just losing 100 years of spiritual energy. Let's go all out." With that, the nascent soul turned around and formed a seal with his hands. He let out a roar and charged into the fog ring. The moment he entered, his body disappeared. He had completely merged with the fog ring and was indistinguishable from the fog ring. The other nascent soul clenched their teeth and charged in as well. In the blink of an eye, although the size of the mist ring didn't change, there was a hint of life within it. This was a country sealing formation set up by the ancestors of Ho Fun to prevent the volcano from erupting one day. Not only did it require the 4 great sects to help, but it also required nascent soul cultivators to willingly store their nascent souls inside. This way, the formation wouldn't have any gaps and would completely lock down the country. The blood color on the ring became thicker and thicker. It slowly rose into the air and floated to a very high altitude. Shortly after, the ring suddenly expanded and quickly spread to all four corners of the country of Hofun. Wherever it passed, red mist would emerge from the craters of all sizes. The mist would join the mist ring and increase the speed of the mist ring's expansion. After one incense stick of time, the mist ring covered the entire country of Hofun. A layer of red mist fell from the sky like an upside-down bowl. The country sealing formation had been activated. Once the country sealing formation was activated, only mortals could pass through. Cultivators and spirit beasts, as long as they were below the soul formation stage, couldn't enter or leave. The 19 nascent soul cultivators of the four great sects opened the formation. Some of them grabbed the bodies of the rogue cultivators and sent them back to their families. If they didn't have a family, they were all stored at the Luhi sect. The cultivators of the Luhi sect stood outside the formation, bowed and said, "Fellow cultivators, don't worry and guard the formation. Our Luhi sect will guarantee the safety of your bodies. This country sealing formation can only last for 3 months. After 3 months, we will be able to gain a foothold in Xianwu. I'm sure the higher cultivation countries will also send people to kill the beast. Once we succeed, I'll personally come to welcome you all back." After he finished speaking, the nascent soul cultivators of the other 3 sects all bowed. Their expressions were sincere and there was no trace of them being perfunctory. After the country sealing formation was activated, all of the fire beasts let out angry roars and smashed into the red mist. Every time they smashed into the red mist would shake, but no matter how much they smashed into it, none of them were able to break through. After temporarily stopping the fire beasts, the army of cultivators moved at their fastest speed. Rays of sword energy were like a meteor shower as they broke through the border of Xianwu. Outside the border of Xianwu, there were some mortals in the army. These mortals stared at the countless rays of sword energy in the sky. Someone let out a scream, threw down the weapons in their hands, and kowtowed. Then, a large group of mortals all knelt on the ground and kowtowed. In the army, there was a middle-aged man wearing a Taoist robe. He stared at the sky with a pale face and muttered to himself, "These are the cultivators of Hofun." He sucked in a breath of cold air and his expression changed greatly. He quickly retreated, but just at this moment, a few laughs came from the sky. A core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect flew over on a sword energy. After a few flashes, 3 flying swords pierced through the middle-aged Taoist's body from different angles. The Taoist let out a miserable groan as his body was cut into several pieces and blood splattered everywhere. The army of mortals immediately scattered. Even the generals of the army fled, afraid that they would be implicated. Tens of thousands of rays of sword energy charged into the country of Xianwu in the blink of an eye. They stopped at a mountain surrounded by fog. A gloomy old man appeared in front of the army. He waved his right hand and a huge palm slammed into the mountain. Rays of golden light rose from the mountain and formed a semicircular light screen that blocked the palm. Inside the light screen, thousands of cultivators looked at the sky in panic. A white-haired old woman flew out and shouted, "Fellow cultivator from Hofun, what is the meaning of this?" The war god Shrine's Yang Sen's body flickered and he appeared on the light screen. His expression was calm as he reached out with his right hand. The light screen immediately let out a creaking sound, as if it couldn't handle the weight, and shattered into pieces. The old woman's pupils shrank and, without a word, she turned around and escaped. In the blink of an eye, she was already 5 kilometers away. However, the clouds in the sky suddenly gathered in front of her and turned into Yang Sen's appearance. He coldly looked at the old woman, and without saying a word, he waved his hand. The old woman let out a shrill cry and hit her forehead, causing her nascent soul to leave her body. The moment her nascent soul appeared, her body was immediately shattered by a destructive force. The old woman was terrified. She was only at the early stage of nascent soul, but her opponent was clearly at the peak of the mid-stage of nascent soul. Even in the country of Xianwu, there were no more than 3 people at this level. She didn't even have any thoughts of resisting, she just wanted to escape this disaster. You can't escape. Yang Sun let out a snort and chased after her. Ignoring Yang Sun for now, after the light screen was broken, the foundation building and core formation cultivators of Ho Fun immediately charged up and killed anyone they saw. In just a short period of time, the entire mountain was covered in blood and no one was left alive. The large mountain was now completely occupied by the 4 great sections. Tens of thousands of disciples stood on the mountain. Aside from Yang Sen, there were 18 nascent soul cultivators floating above them. The war god shrine's cultivator named Song's eyes were like lightning. His voice was filled with killing intent as he said, "This is a war without an anchor. If we can't gain a foothold in Xianwu within 3 months, what awaits us is fire beasts breaking out. Fire beasts aren't scary, what's scary is that there will be no spiritual energy for us to cultivate." The war god shrine, evil demon sect, Lu He sect, and Serene sect, from this moment onwards, we are all united as the Ho Fun Union. Every foundation building disciple will receive a pill treasure and core formation disciple will receive a nascent soul level treasure. During this period of war, all the items obtained by killing belong to the individual. The Union will not take anything away. Disciples, this is a war, but I personally hope you all see it as an invasion for survival. A nascent soul cultivator from the Lu He sect coughed a few times and said, "Aside from treasures, each of you will receive a jade talisman. This jade talisman can record the number of enemies you kill. Anyone who kills 100 people above the 5th layer of Qi condensation or 10 foundation building cultivators will receive 10 mid-quality spirit stones. Anyone who kills 200 people above the 5th layer of Qi condensation or 20 foundation building cultivators will receive 10 mid-quality spirit stones. Chapter 138. A skinny old man walked out from the group of Luo He sect nascent soul cultivators. He wore a black robe and his face was filled with wrinkles. His eyes were dim and he looked listless. He rolled his eyes and said in a hoarse voice, "The person who kills the most enemies every month will receive a distant heaven pill." The moment the words, "distant heaven pill," appeared, Wang Lin could clearly feel that all of the cultivators around him were breathing heavily and their breaths became rough. In Mile Yang's memories, he knew about the distant heaven pill. There were very few of them. In the entire country of Ho Fun, there were less than 30 of them. They were a precious spirit pill that could increase one's chances of forming a core. If a core formation cultivator took it, they could directly enter the stable state. The main manufacturers of the pills were all gone. The remaining 30 pills had been carefully preserved since thousands of years ago. Next, about 5,000 cultivators were split into groups and given their own missions. Wang Lin was one of them. These troops split up and attacked, nibbling away at the surrounding cultivators. All the cultivators they encountered were completely wiped out. The nascent soul experts patrolled the surroundings, ready to provide support at any time to resist the enemy's nascent soul cultivators. Wang Lin was sent to the 8th Squad of the 10th Brigade. The 8th Squad had about 30 people from different sections. 5 of them were Foundation Establishment cultivators and the rest were Qi condensation cultivators. Shi San was around the 4th layer. The leader was a core formation cultivator from the evil demon sect. For some reason, Wang Lin was the only one in the War God Shrine. Their mission was to help the 10th Brigade take over a mid-sized spirit vein. As a Foundation Establishment cultivator of the War God Shrine, Wang Lin received a pill treasure. This pill treasure wasn't very powerful, and because there were too many of them, the quality of each one was quite low. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call them chicken ribs. Before they left, Feng Luan called Wang Lin over. Inside a unique pavilion, Feng Luan stood by the window and looked in the direction of the country of Ho Fun. After a long time, she took out a jade and said, "Hong Er said you were very strong in the foreign space. Why is your cultivation level only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment?" Wang Lin took the jade and scanned it with his divine sense. His expression suddenly became strange. This jade recorded a small portion of a map. There were 7 or 8 countries in the north of Ho Fun marked on the map. It also clearly stated the cultivation level of these countries and what kind of materials they produced. He pondered for a while, his eyes flashing as he roughly guessed the meaning of the other party's words. Feng Luan waved her hand and said, "There are a total of 3 copies of this map. If you can kill 50 foundation establishment stage cultivators, I will give you another copy. If you can kill 150 people before the end of the war, I will give you the last copy. You may leave." Without another word, Wang Lin turned around and left. He had already guessed the meaning of Feng Luan's words. There was no such thing as charity in this world, there was only an unfair exchange. In comparison, the nascent soul cultivators of Ho Fun, especially Feng Luan, were more humane. Because of the matter with Zhou Zihong, she stopped him from trying to possess his body. As for the map, the meaning was very clear. If Wang Lin had the ability, then he could obtain it. If he didn't, then he could only blame himself if he died on the battlefield. Wang Lin originally didn't want to participate in the war between the 2 countries, but now he changed his mind. The map was only one of the reasons. The distant heaven pill was his main focus. A pill that could increase the chance of forming a core was something Wang Lin had to obtain. According to his plan, he would find another place to cultivate the underworld ascension method. After refining 3 cold cores, he would have a higher chance of forming his core, but there was still a chance of failure. Wang Lin had high hopes for forming his core. Once he succeeded, he would become the strongest cultivator under the nascent soul stage, so he couldn't allow any mistakes. With the help of the distant heaven pill and the underworld ascension method, Wang Lin was confident he had at least an 80% chance of forming his core. Thinking about this, his eyes revealed a hint of killing intent. The Ho Fun Union's invasion team spread out on the second day. 10 nascent soul cultivators patrolled the area. Once an enemy nascent soul cultivator appeared, they would immediately teleport over. A group of about 30 cultivators quickly flew north and stopped on a desolate mountain. An old man with an ordinary appearance, but his eyes occasionally revealed a bloodthirsty expression. He proudly said, "The cultivators of the 10th Brigade have already begun to attack the Xian Wu Nation's troops stationed in the Spirit Vein. I presume they will send reinforcements. Our mission is to stop anyone within a radius of 250 kilometers from here. Spread out and notify me immediately if you find anything." With that, the old man sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes without saying anything. This old man was the captain of the 8th Squad, the evil demon sect's early-stage core formation cultivator, Zhang Zili. As for his subordinates, aside from the 5 Foundation establishment cultivators, he completely ignored them. Wang Lin took a step and flew far away. He landed on top of a tree and began to cultivate. As for the others, they all spread out and found a place to cultivate. At this moment, aside from the sound of breathing, it was very quiet. Zhang Zili opened his eyes and looked around with contempt. He was very dissatisfied with being placed here. In his mind, his position should be in the 1st Brigade to sweep through the other sections. If that was the case, there would naturally be plenty of benefits. But right now, blocking the reinforcements who might or might not be able to pass through here in this godforsaken place was really tasteless. Time slowly passed and Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. He looked into the distance and let out a cold smile. At this moment, Zhang Zili also noticed something was wrong. He immediately stood up and looked into the distance. He saw 10 or so rays of sword energy flying over. Zhang Zili licked his lips and spat out a ray of black light. The moment the black light appeared, it turned into a pair of scissors. He waved his right hand and the scissors shot out. At the same time, he let out an evil laugh and shouted, "Kill!" With that, he took a step forward and his body shot out like a sharp sword. The cultivators of the 8th squad followed suit and blocked his path. Both sides didn't say anything else. The moment they saw each other, they immediately attacked. None of the 10 cultivators from Xian Wu were core formation cultivators, they were all foundation building cultivators. The moment they saw Zhang Zili, 8 of them formed a strange sword formation and surrounded Zhang Zili. Zhang Zili was unable to escape and was trapped inside the formation. He angrily cursed. The remaining 7 people began to fight against the cultivators of the 8th squad. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. He didn't have the time to waste. He had to get the map and the distant heaven pill. At this moment, his body moved and the flying sword shot out. In a flash, it pierced through the chest of one of the foundation building cultivators, causing blood to spurt out. His G-realm divine sense spread out. The eyes of the remaining 6 foundation building cultivators darkened as the flying sword appeared and pierced through their chests one by one. From an outsider's point of view, these 7 foundation building cultivators all died under Wang Lin's flying sword. What they didn't know was that before the flying sword pierced through their souls had already been destroyed. The moment the 7 people died, both sides were stunned. Whether it was the enemies surrounding Zhang Zili, or the other members of the 8th squad, they all looked at Wang Lin in disbelief. The flying sword was currently hovering above Wang Lin's head, emitting a cold aura. The faces of the 8 people surrounding Zhang Zili immediately turned pale. One of them shouted, "Retreat!" Then the 8 of them quickly retreated and desperately tried to escape. Zhang Zili looked at Wang Lin with a hint of fear in his eyes. He admitted that he didn't have the confidence to kill 7 foundation building cultivators in the blink of an eye. He guessed that Wang Lin was hiding his cultivation level to make it look like he was in the mid-stage of foundation building. He cursed in his heart, but after thinking about it, this method was really useful. Maybe if the enemy was careless, it would have a miraculous effect. However, that wasn't important right now. The 8 foundation building cultivators had set up some kind of sword formation that was able to trap him, a core formation cultivator. This kind of thing was too embarrassing, especially in front of his own squad members. Zhang Zili's face was gloomy. He moved forward and chased after them. Just as they were about to catch up, the 8 foundation building cultivators used some kind of magic technique and suddenly a milky white gas came out of their bodies. The gas immediately wrapped around their legs and doubled their speed. Zhang Zili sneered. His hands formed a seal and he pressed them on his chest. Suddenly, a golden core emitting dense spiritual energy came out of his mouth. With a point of his right hand, the golden core immediately rushed out with the sound of wind and thunder. In the blink of an eye, it caught up to the 8 people. After hitting 3 of them, the golden core returned. The 3 of them coughed out blood and their bodies immediately fell from the sky. The remaining 5 people didn't even look at them. They used their speed to the limit and escaped. Zhang Zili let out a snort. Just at this moment, the 5 people who had escaped far away suddenly fell from the sky. Zhang Zili looked over and saw Wang Lin quickly flying over. Seeing this, his expression couldn't help but change. Just as he was about to speak, he suddenly heard Wang Lin's voice. There are no less than 100 cultivators flying over from behind. At the same time, Wang Lin passed by Zhang Zili and instantly rushed far away. At this moment, Zhang Zili saw over 100 sword lights appear on the horizon. He immediately turned around and ran. When he looked back, he found that Wang Lin's figure was already gone. He couldn't help but curse in his heart. The other members of the 8th Squad saw that the situation was bad and all retreated towards the spirit vein. After Wang Lin flew far away, he saw that there was no one around. He stomped the ground and his body quickly drilled into the ground. He used his earth movement technique and escaped west. He had just killed 12 foundation building cultivators. He was only missing 38 more to exchange for a map. If he traveled with a squad, his safety would be guaranteed. However, if he wanted to obtain the distant heaven pill, he would still need to act alone. The 100 sword lights pierced through the sky and their target was the spirit vein. After they passed, Wang Lin's head popped out from a dense forest. He coldly looked at them for a while before following them. To be continued. Chapter 139. Although the swords were fast, Wang Lin's earth escape technique was even more mysterious. He was able to follow behind the 100 cultivators. The 100 cultivators flew through the air and arrived at the spirit vein in an instant. There was a large amount of spiritual energy here, and the ground was full of holes. There were broken bodies everywhere and a strong smell of blood wafted through the air. The moment the 100 cultivators arrived, countless cultivators from Ho Fun appeared from all directions and the battle began. At the same time, 8 rays of sword energy that were a few meters wide flew over and a powerful aura surrounded the area. Wang Lin narrowed his eyes. These 8 cultivators were all nascent soul cultivators. As soon as they got close, they were noticed by the patrolling nascent soul cultivators from Ho Fun. The nascent soul cultivators from both sides began to fight. Magic treasures and flying swords appeared one after another. At this moment, the sky shook and the clouds changed color. Soon after, several groups of over 100 cultivators from Xian Wu appeared in the distance and quickly flew over to join the chaotic battle. Wang Lin's eyes were cold. After watching for a while, his G-realm divine sense turned into a bolt of red lightning and flew toward the two sides. A state of Xian Wu's foundation establishment disciple killed a 15th layer Qi condensation cultivator with a single strike. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, a red light flashed in front of his eyes. His mind felt as if it had been struck by a giant hammer. His vision darkened and his divine sense shattered without any resistance. His body fell from the sky. 8 foundation establishment cultivators from Xian Wu formed a sword formation and trapped a core formation cultivator. However, after the red light flashed, the 8 of them trembled and their expressions froze. Their divine sense disappeared as if it was disrupted by a giant hand. Their bodies lost their souls and fell from the sky. The trapped core formation cultivator was startled, but he didn't have time to think. He quickly charged toward the enemy not far away. A fake core stage cultivator from the country of Xian Wu used a nascent soul-grade flying sword to kill several cultivators of the same cultivation level as him. Then, he gripped the neck of an early-stage foundation establishment female cultivator with a sinister smile. His right hand tore off, and the female cultivator's clothes were immediately torn to shreds, revealing a pink undergarment. The female cultivator screamed in terror, and she seemed weak and powerless on the battlefield. The pseudo-core formation cultivator licked his lips, and his eyes revealed an evil light. He grabbed the female cultivator and quickly retreated. However, before he could retreat more than a few steps, a red light flashed before his eyes. His body trembled and powerlessly handed over the female cultivator. His body fell from the sky like mud. After his flying sword lost control of its owner, not only did it not stop flying, but it also flew even faster toward the ground. When it got close to the ground, a hand suddenly appeared and it pulled back into the ground. As more and more foundation establishment cultivators of Xian Wu fell from the sky for no reason, this attracted the attention of the country of Xian Wu. A core formation cultivator wearing a purple robe stared at a certain spot on the ground and pointed with his right hand. Using some unknown method, 10 late-stage Foundation establishment cultivators immediately rushed out of the battlefield and flew towards the direction he pointed. Wang Lin's expression was calm. He turned around and used the Earth escape technique to escape at a moderate speed. One of the 10 Foundation establishment cultivators held a compass in his hand and chased after Wang Lin according to the needle on the compass. After traveling for more than 5 kilometers, Wang Lin stopped and spread out his G-realm divine sense. In front of Foundation establishment cultivators, Wang Lin was the king. He could live or die as he pleased. The 10 people didn't even have time to warn him before they fell to the ground one by one. Their divine sense was destroyed and their eyes lost their light. The current Wang Lin no longer had the naivety of a mountain village youth. He no longer had a compassionate heart. Anyone who stood in his way could be killed. There was no right or wrong on the battlefield, only life and death. If there was even a trace of compassion, the one who died would be him. The attributes of the G-realm not only gave Wang Lin strength, but it also quietly changed his personality. The G-realm was unscrupulous. If he walked the righteous path, then he would be worthy of being called a hero of the generation. He would hate evil and slay demons. If he walked the demonic path, then he would definitely be the king of all demons. At the extreme, even those who walked the demonic path would fear him, and he would be worthy of being called a demon king. Under the restrictions of the G-realm, it was impossible for him to act in a manner that was neither righteous nor evil. Wang Lin's simple and honest personality had decided that he wanted to become a hero of the generation, a righteous cultivator respected by tens of thousands of people. He wanted to bring honor to his ancestors. Unfortunately, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. Sidhu Nan's appearance caused a subtle change in his personality. This change grew bigger and bigger, and in the end, he became the root of all calamity. Bring honor to his ancestors. His ancestors had already been severed, so how could he bring honor to himself? The attributes of the G-realm immediately reversed his personality. Since he couldn't become a hero of the generation, then he would become a demon king of slaughter who was feared by tens of thousands of people. A ruthless glint appeared in Wang Lin's eyes. After collecting these people's storage pouches, he didn't even look at the corpses at his feet. With a sway of his body, he drilled back into the ground, changing his position and heading back to the battlefield. However, he immediately drilled out again. Looking at the battlefield from afar, he muttered to himself for a while. Taking out several spirit stones, he laid down a formation on the ground and threw the 10 corpses into the formation one by one. As soon as a corpse was thrown in, it immediately exploded, turning into a bloody mist that was absorbed by the formation. After the last corpse exploded, Wang Lin bit the tip of his finger and flicked a drop of blood onto the formation spirit stones. Suddenly, a sliver of purple gas rose up from the formation. The purple gas circled around the formation a few times before slowly dissipating. The spirit stones on the ground also disappeared. If one didn't look closely, they wouldn't be able to find any clues. After doing all of this, Wang Lin's body sank back into the ground and headed back to the battlefield. At this moment, the battle between the two sides had reached its climax. The battle between the nascent soul cultivators was getting more and more intense, forcing the other cultivators to retreat. Just at this moment, all of the Foundation establishment cultivators in Xianwu began to fall from the sky for no reason. When they hit the ground, they were smashed into meat paste. As more and more Foundation establishment cultivators mysteriously died, the battle between Xianwu and Ho Fun became a bit chaotic. The cultivators of Ho Fun immediately seized this opportunity and chased after them. The purple-robed, middle-aged man that sent people to kill Wang Lin frowned. His eyes were like lightning as he looked down and stared at a spot on the ground. He pointed with his right hand and an early-stage core formation cultivator charged over without a word. The moment the core formation cultivator charged over, Wang Lin immediately escaped. The core formation cultivator sneered and let out a roar. He pressed down with his right hand and a palm print appeared on the ground. With a thunderous rumble, the ground caved in. Wang Lin quickly broke through the ground and jumped toward where the formation was set up. The core formation cultivator revealed a look of mockery. In his mind, the only reason Zhao Zhouge was able to kill so many Foundation establishment cultivators was because of a powerful magic treasure. As long as he was careful, he would be able to capture Zhao Zhouge easily. Thinking about this, he waved his hand and a golden awl appeared between his hands. After pausing for a moment, it shot out like an arrow. The speed of the awl was so fast that it created ripples in the air. Wang Lin didn't even look back as he threw out the useless pill treasure given by Ho Fun. He didn't even look at the result and quickly ran away. The moment the pill treasure appeared, it turned into a silver fist and smashed toward the awl. The moment they collided, the awl spun even more violently and broke through the fist. However, its light was a bit dimmer, but it didn't slow down at all. It closed in on Wang Lin. Wang Lin's expression was calm. The moment the awl arrived, he went back into the ground and used the earth escape technique. After traveling a few dozen meters, he came out again. He repeated this process several times until he arrived at the formation. The core formation cultivator calmly followed. The mockery in his eyes became even stronger as he loudly said, "Coward, aside from sneak attacks, do you not have any other skills?" Wang Lin didn't say a word. When he passed by the formation, he didn't stop at all. After flying far away, he suddenly stopped and turned around. At this moment, the core formation cultivator was already above the formation. Wang Lin revealed a cold expression and muttered, "Open." After he spoke, the formation under the core formation cultivator's feet suddenly activated and a large amount of purple gas came out. This purple gas instantly surrounded the core formation cultivator. From afar, one could only see a dense purple gas spreading out. It was impossible to see what was happening inside. Wang Lin sneered as he sat down cross-legged. He quickly took out the nascent soul magic treasure jade talisman that Zhou Jin gave him. Suddenly, a circular ripple spread out from the jade talisman and covered Wang Lin's body. At this moment, the awl had already rushed over and violently collided with the ripple. However, the ripple only shook a few times and didn't show any signs of breaking. He didn't even look at the awl and stared at the purple gas. He took out a flying sword from his storage pouch and wiped it with his right hand. The devil's red shadow immediately flew out and stared excitedly at the purple gas. It revealed an expression of wanting to devour it but was hesitant. Wang Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes without another word. Inside his mind, a raging wind blew. Bolts of red lightning continuously rushed out of his mind and condensed into a red cloud that suddenly rushed out of his mind. For the first time, his extreme realm deification left his body and came out in full force. The moment the red cloud floated out of Wang Lin's head, the devil immediately revealed a look of fear and its body trembled as it retreated to the side. The moment the red cloud appeared, it immediately turned into a sharp sword. It spun around the devil and brought the devil into the purple gas. Inside the gas was a core formation stage cultivator sitting cross-legged on the ground with a gloomy expression. Beside him was a gourd that spun in circles. Wherever it passed, the purple gas would slowly fade and be absorbed by the gourd. This formation was an extremely vicious formation that Wang Lin had mastered. It was called the Heavenly Blood Devouring Formation. The formation structure wasn't too complicated. The main point was that it required the cultivator's flesh and blood to be used as a demonic guide. Wang Lin used the bodies of 10 Foundation establishment stage cultivators as a guide. This formation could trap a core formation stage cultivator for a short period of time, without too much of a problem. If he could use the bodies of core formation stage cultivators to set up this formation, then he would only need 5 of them to kill a core formation stage cultivator. However, this formation had extremely high requirements for the body. The cultivator had to be killed by the cultivator himself. This limited the use of the formation. Wang Lin's G-Realm Divine Sense rushed into the purple gas. The core formation stage cultivator immediately sensed it and opened his eyes. Wang Lin didn't hesitate to rush forward with the devil. He ignored the gourd and the devil's body and immediately rushed into the knowledge sea. Inside the knowledge sea, the cultivator's divine sense turned into a giant and angrily stared at Wang Lin. The G-Realm Divine Sense's ability to kill cultivators of the same level was displayed to the extreme. With a sweep of Wang Lin's divine sense, the red cloud immediately emitted countless red lightning bolts. The lightning bolts rumbled like thunder and struck various parts of the giant's body. The giant revealed a pained expression and his body quickly shrunk. He roared and waved his arms. Immediately, a large amount of red lightning bolts were cut in half. Immediately after, the red cloud suddenly dissipated and turned into even more lightning bolts that rushed towards the core formation stage. The giant's body became smaller and smaller, but his fists became more and more violent. Every time he waved his fists, a large amount of lightning bolts would be broken by him, turning into red light and disappearing. With Wang Lin's current cultivation, killing an early core formation stage cultivator was still a bit difficult. If he could reach late foundation establishment and enter the false core realm, then dealing with core formation stage cultivators would be much easier. However, Wang Lin wasn't a reckless person. He wouldn't do something he wasn't confident in. Just as the two sides were locked in a deadly battle, the devil seemed to have received Wang Lin's order. With a hesitant expression, it pounced towards the giant. The giant's face was filled with panic. He swung his arm at the devil and immediately shattered the devil's body. The giant heaved a sigh of relief, but the panic on his face became even stronger. He saw the devil's figure suddenly appear on his arm again and firmly bite down on it, devouring it in big mouthfuls. No matter how the devil roared and swung his arm, it was as if the devil had grown on his body. He couldn't get rid of it no matter what. In the end, the giant even gave up fighting the red lightning bolts and used his other arm to continuously smash the devil's body. Every time he smashed the devil's body would become a bit weaker. However, not only did the devil not let go, it ate even faster. In truth, the devil was also complaining in his heart. If he let go now, Wang Lin would kill him without hesitation. If he let go, he would die, but if he didn't let go, he would have a chance to live. Also, if he could absorb this core formation stage cultivator's divine sense, his divine sense would increase greatly. At that time, he could kill that hateful guy, and from then on, he would be free to roam the world. With this kind of hope, the devil became ruthless and began to eat even faster. It could be said that he put all of his energy into this. The giant looked like he was about to cry and his arms became weaker and weaker. Finally, his entire body quickly shrunk and turned into a golden divine sense that was sucked dry by the devil. The devil was ecstatic. Just as he was about to quickly digest the divine sense, Wang Lin's divine sense turned into a red cloud and completely enveloped the devil. The devil repeatedly let out an unwilling cry. Finally, he had no choice but to spit out the core formation stage cultivator's divine sense bit by bit. After going through the transformation in the devil's body, the divine sense that was spat out had become an ownerless divine sense. Wang Lin's mind moved and the red cloud immediately took the core formation stage cultivator's divine sense out of the collapsing knowledge sea. It broke out of the purple fog and returned to his body. Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes and a cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. In his knowledge sea, The core formation stage cultivator's divine sense floated above and was slowly being melted by the ultimate state's divine sense. At this time, the golden all on the periphery dimmed and fell to the ground. Wang Lin took back the jade talisman and grabbed the all in his hand. After looking at it for a while, he put it into his storage pouch. Then, he strode forward and squatted down in a corner outside the formation. He grabbed a spirit stone from the ground and crushed it. Immediately, the purple fog dissipated, revealing the dead core formation stage cultivator's body that was sitting cross-legged on the ground. Standing next to the body, Wang Lin pointed between the cultivator's eyebrows with his right hand and shouted, "Come out, or I'll kill you immediately." A red light unwillingly came out of the cultivator's head and turned into the devil. He was filled with hatred, but then he sighed and returned to Wang Lin's flying sword as if he had accepted his fate and was put back into his storage pouch. Wang Lin stared at the cultivator and his eyes flickered non-stop. Then, he took off the cultivator's storage pouch and waved his right hand. The cultivator's body immediately started burning and turned into a pile of black charcoal. However, within the black charcoal, there was a shining golden core. The golden core's size was shrinking rapidly and its color was getting darker and darker. There were signs of it disappearing. Wang Lin grabbed the golden core and threw it into his mouth without hesitation. Then, he lightly stepped on the ground and disappeared from his original spot, sinking into the ground. This time, he sank for thousands of feet. Deep underground, far away from the surface, Wang Lin sat cross-legged on the ground and digested the golden core in his stomach. The golden core immediately collapsed in his body, and a majestic spiritual power suddenly spread out, filling up Wang Lin's entire body. This spiritual power was so strong that Wang Lin's body couldn't withstand it. Blood kept flowing out of his mouth and nose. Without a word, Wang Lin pointed between his eyebrows and the heaven-defying bead immediately appeared. His body flashed and he grabbed the bead and entered the heaven-defying bead's space. Inside the heaven-defying bead's space, Wang Lin immediately flew to where Situ Nan's nascent soul was. He sat cross-legged and closed his eyes to cultivate. Gradually, countless blood spots appeared on his body and his meridians appeared under his skin. Wang Lin's hands formed a seal and in a strange way, he placed one hand on his forehead and the other on his abdomen, forming a cycle. At the same time, he silently chanted in his heart. The huge spiritual power from the golden core quickly circulated through his body. His muscles and bones were constantly being baptized by the spiritual power and became even stronger. After 2 months in the heaven-defying bead space, Wang Lin suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were filled with fog and after a long time, they slowly dissipated and his eyes became clear again. The evil demon sect's Jade Scroll said that consuming a golden core can increase one's cultivation. This is indeed true. According to the scroll, I can indeed absorb the spiritual power from the golden core. Unfortunately, this is only an early-stage golden core. Only after practicing the Great Freedom Azura technique can I absorb more than 20% of the spiritual power. If I don't practice the Great Freedom Azura technique, I can at most absorb 10%. Wang Lin muttered to himself. He stood up and clenched his fists. His eyes revealed a look of contemplation. He thought to himself, just absorbing 10% of the spiritual power from the golden core allowed me to break through the intermediate stage and reach the peak of the late stage of the foundation establishment realm. Now, if I meet an early-stage core formation realm cultivator, even without the help of the evil demon, I can still fight. 2 months in the heaven-defying bead space was equivalent to 10 days in the outside world. After Wang Lin left the heaven-defying bead space, he used the Earth Escape technique to rush to the surface. At this moment it was late at night outside and everything was quiet. Wang Lin arrived at the battlefield and saw that there were corpses everywhere. The entire spirit vein was pulled out of the ground by someone, revealing a bottomless abyss. After looking around, he quickly left and headed towards the mountain that was occupied by the country of Hofun. After a few hours, Wang Lin arrived at the foot of the mountain and came out from the ground. He stood on his flying sword and flew up. Along the way, a large number of cultivators were strictly inspecting him. However, after seeing the jade talisman Wang Lin used to record the number of enemies he killed, no one stopped him. Wang Lin arrived at the side palace at the top of the mountain. This was the place where Feng Luan summoned him. Outside the side palace, 2 core formation female cultivators were sitting cross-legged. When Wang Lin arrived, they opened their eyes. When they saw that it was Wang Lin, they closed their eyes again and ignored him. Wang Lin stood outside the shop and loudly said, "Disciple greets teacher. Come in." Feng Luan's gentle voice came from inside the palace. Without a word, Wang Lin walked in and saw Feng Luan sitting on a stone chair. Beside her was the middle-aged scholar, Zhou Jin. He nodded at Wang Lin and then looked out the window with his eyebrows furrowed. Feng Luan also looked a bit tired. She looked at Wang Lin and asked, "What is it?" Wang Lin didn't say anything and threw the talisman in his hand. Feng Luan was startled. She caught it but didn't check it. Instead, she carefully looked at Wang Lin and then calmly sent her divine sense into the talisman. Her expression suddenly became strange. Zhou Jin turned his head and took the jade talisman from Feng Luan's hand. He scanned it with his divine sense and his brows relaxed slightly. He smiled and said, "Not bad. We killed 61 foundation establishment cultivators and 1 core formation cultivator. If we can persevere, we might be able to obtain the sky separation pill. However, I'm very curious. You were only at the mid-stage of foundation establishment before, so how did you reach the peak stage of foundation establishment so quickly? Even so, it is nearly impossible to kill a core formation cultivator. How did you do it?" Towards the end of his sentence, his tone became stern. Wang Lin had already expected this question. He calmly said, "That core formation cultivator was attacked and escaped with heavy injuries. When I caught up, he was already on the verge of death. I took his golden core and used the evil demon sex devouring incense to raise my cultivation from the mid-stage of foundation establishment to the false core stage." Devouring incense. Zhou Jin's eyes were like lightning as he stared at Wang Lin's body. He found that there were remnants of a golden core in Wang Lin's body and no longer spoke. Feng Luan meaningfully looked at Wang Lin. She took out a piece of jade from her bag of holding and said, "This is the second map. I'll give you 10 core formation cultivators. If you kill 150 people, come to me for the third map." Wang Lin nodded and checked the jade with his divine sense. There was indeed a map inside. If he put the 2 maps together, Wang Lin would be able to clearly see the terrain around Hofun. Hofun was at the edge of the Sea of Devils. From the map, Hofun was not on the continent Zhao was on. According to the map, there was another continent on the other side of the Sea of Devils. As for the name of the continent, the map did not show it. Presumably, it would be on the last map. On the second map, there was a detailed description of the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin didn't look at it in detail and withdrew his divine sense. Yang Yi looked at Wang Lin with admiration and smiled. "The cultivators of Xian Wu have joined forces. There will be a big battle soon. If you want to accumulate military merit, these few days are the best time." Wang Lin was about to speak when a scream came from outside. Zhou Jin and Feng Luan's expressions became gloomy and they disappeared. Wang Lin quickly walked out of the side hall and saw a nascent soul with countless wounds floating in the air. The nascent soul said, "Fellow cultivators, the country ceiling formation has been broken. The fire beasts are attacking." Chapter 140. Wang Lin's expression was uncertain. The news of the country lock formation being broken was extremely bad for him. Once those fire beasts rushed over, they would definitely lock onto him. Thinking about the scene of the overwhelming fire beasts chasing after him, Wang Lin's scalp tingled. He immediately made up his mind to get the map as soon as possible. As for the distant heaven pill, it seemed like he wouldn't have time to wait until the end of the month to obtain it. Thinking of this, Wang Lin frowned. The map was in Feng Luan's hands, and he didn't have enough time to go out and kill people to accumulate 150. After pondering for a while, Wang Lin's eyes flashed and he made up his mind. His divine sense moved and Yang Xiong and Lin Tao's positions immediately appeared in his mind. He quietly took a few steps back and quickly flew towards Yang Xiong's position. As a patrolling disciple of the War God Temple, Yang Xiong didn't dare to relax for even a moment. He vigilantly patrolled around, but his eyes would occasionally glance at the top of the mountain. When the broken nascent soul flew past him, Yang Xiong had a premonition that something big was about to happen. Suppressing the heavy feeling in his heart, Yang Xiong sighed inwardly. Just as he was about to patrol in the northwest direction, his mind suddenly shook. He changed his direction and flew towards the distant jungle in the north. After entering the jungle, he looked around and respectfully said, "Yang Xiong greets master." Wang Lin came out from behind a tree and looked at Yang Xiong, asking, "Where is Zhou Zihong?" Although Yang Xiong was puzzled, he didn't ask. Instead, he pondered for a while and said, "I remember that junior sister Zhou should be in the 4th Squad of the 3rd Brigade, but I don't remember the specifics." Wang Lin looked at Yang Xiong and said, "I have returned Zhou Zihong's soul blood." Yang Xiong's body trembled and his breathing became rapid, but he quickly suppressed it and returned to normal. He looked up at Wang Lin and opened his mouth as if he wanted to say something. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he lightly said, "If you can make Zhou Zihong come here, I will return the soul blood to you." Yang Xiong's eyes were bloodshot and his breathing became rapid. After a long time, he whispered, "Master, are you serious?" Wang Lin frowned, but he still nodded. Yang Xiong took out a jade slip and placed it on his forehead. He didn't know what to say. The jade slip flashed a few times before it was thrown out and turned into a gray light. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, the sound of a flying sword could be heard from the distance. A beautiful woman with red lips and white teeth landed. It was Zhou Zihong. She put away the flying sword and frowned. Just as she was about to speak, she noticed Wang Lin next to Yang Xiong, and her face immediately became pale. Wang Lin waved his right hand and threw out Yang Xiong's soul blood. After Yang Xiong caught it, he revealed a look of shame. He didn't dare to look at Zhou Zihong as he lowered his head and quickly left the forest. Zhou Zihong's face was pale and she bit her red lips. After a long time, she took a deep breath and said through gritted teeth, "Progenitor Feng Luan is my mother." When she saw me, she immediately noticed something was wrong, so, Zhou Zihong shook his head and sighed, "This matter is over, don't mention it again." "Zhou Zihong, I want to ask you for a favor." Zhou Zihong was startled. After a moment of silence, she asked, "Is it a map?" Wang Lin nodded. "My hometown is very far away. Without a map, I won't be able to find it." Zhou Zihong looked at Wang Lin with a complicated expression and suddenly said, "Help me kill 2 people. What cultivation level?" Wang Lin raised his eyebrows. "One is mid and one is peak late." Zhou Zihong's eyes were cold. "Okay." Wang Lin nodded without hesitation. "You also know these 2 people. One is Ma Yang's childhood sweetheart, Su Si, and the other is Zhouan, who is fooling around with her. You don't need to kill them now. It won't be too late to kill them after you leave. As for the map, I'll bring it to you in 2 hours." Zhou Zihong looked deeply at Wang Lin, turned around, and flew away on her sword. "Ma Yang, this is the last thing I'll do for you." Zhou Zihong's face was filled with melancholy as she slowly flew away. Wang Lin looked at Zhou Zihong's back and spread out his divine sense. He immediately found Su Si's location. He left a trace of his divine sense on Su Si that day, so it was very easy to find her. After finding Su Si's location, Wang Lin immediately drilled into the ground. After 2 hours, Wang Lin returned to his original spot and sat cross-legged, waiting for Zhou Zihong. A strange expression flashed across his face. When he found Su Si in a remote corner of the back mountain, she was having sex with Zhouan. Her breasts rippled like waves and the sound of her moaning echoed in the air. The two white bodies continued to collide with each other, creating a series of popping sounds. Wang Lin watched for a while and secretly left a trace of his divine sense on Zhou, and that would flare up in half a month. After waiting in the forest for a while, Zhou Zihong didn't come. It was a female disciple at the qi condensation stage. She threw a piece of jade into the forest and left without looking back. Wang Lin's right hand reached out and the piece of jade flew into his hand. After checking it with his divine sense, Wang Lin calmly put it into his bag of holding. Then he took a deep breath and without hesitation, he drilled into the ground and disappeared. After combining the 3 maps, Wang Lin saw that Hofun belonged to the continent of Zhouwu, which was separated from the continent of Zhao by the Sea of Devils. If he wanted to return to Zhao, he would have to pass through the Sea of Devils, which was said to be filled with demonic cultivators. The map didn't have much information about the Sea of Devils, but it emphasized that it was very dangerous. Even nascent soul cultivators wouldn't dare to casually enter. The map also pointed out that the Sea of Devils wasn't a real sea, but rather it was created during the ancient war. A powerful cultivator used a spell to evaporate the entire sea to kill his enemies. After that, the entire Sea of Devils was covered in fog. Calling it a sea of fog was the best way to describe it. Many of the creatures that originally lived in the sea had evolved over a long period of time. They had adapted to the fog and could now live in it. At the same time, due to the special fog in the Sea of Devils, there was 1 month every year when the fog would turn back into sea water. After 1 month, the fog would return to its original state. The harsh terrain caused the resources here to be barren and spirit veins to be sparse. Killing and robbing was common here, so it slowly became a gathering place for demonic cultivators. Even some of the evil cultivators that were wanted by high-ranking cultivation countries came here to use the special terrain of the Sea of Devils to avoid being hunted down. This was where the name Sea of Devils came from. As for its original name, it had long been forgotten. The forces in the Sea of Devils were very chaotic. Not many people were willing to enter the Sea of Devils. As Wang Lin escaped, he was digesting the information on the map in the jade. Suddenly, his body stopped and his divine sense spread out from underground. He saw 2 rays of sword energy flying through the sky. One of them was a woman, Xin Qing. Her face was pale and her body was on the verge of collapsing. This woman's eyebrows were like smoke, and she was dazzling like a lotus fairy, gentle and elegant. She was precisely the female cultivator of the Luohe sect, Li Muwen, whom he'd met once before. The person chasing after her was a young man with oily hair and a powdered face. This young man chased after her at a leisurely pace while loudly ridiculing her. "Little girl, I've already killed all 13 of your team members. Where else can you run to?" Li Muwen didn't say a word. She bit her lower lip and flew forward. The young man waved his hand and with a tearing sound, Li Muwen let out a scream. Her clothes were torn off, revealing her snow-white skin. The young man let out a laugh. He sniffed his hand and his eyes revealed a silver light. Wang Lin took a few glances before withdrawing his gaze. The young man's cultivation level was very high, mid-stage core formation. Wang Lin didn't want to cause any trouble. The most important thing right now was to leave before the fire beasts arrived. He had only met Li Muwen once, so he really didn't want to risk his life to save her. Just as he was about to leave, the young man's eyes lit up. He waved his hand and a ray of black light shot toward where Wang Lin was hiding. There is a junior that knows the earth escape technique hiding here. Since we have met, then you can stay. Wang Lin sighed and jumped up the moment the ray of black light hit the ground. Li Muwen sensed something was wrong and turned around. Her face immediately lit up and she cried, "It's you! Senior Marshal brother, save me!" With that, the flying sword under her feet suddenly turned and arrived next to Wang Lin in the blink of an eye. The young man laughed and pointed with his right hand. 7 or 8 flying swords immediately appeared in front of him and spun around. In an instant they were already near the two of them. However, most of these flying swords were aimed at Wang Lin. Li Muwen only had one flying sword on her, and it wasn't aimed at her vital points. It was obvious that the young man didn't want to kill her. Wang Lin sighed and grabbed Li Muwen's arm. His body narrowly dodged the flying swords and once again sank into the ground. He used the earth escape technique to its extreme and quickly escaped. The earth escape technique was indeed a great technique. Even though it was a branch of it, its speed was still very fast. Even though Wang Lin was carrying another person, his speed didn't slow down at all. The young man had a playful expression as he controlled the flying sword to attack the ground. Waves of vibrations came from the ground. But very quickly, as Wang Lin's speed increased, his expression became serious. He put away his playful heart and chased after Wang Lin. However, even though he was a completion-level cultivator, speed was not his forte. If it was a normal foundational-level flying sword, he could easily chase after it. However, against the 5-element escape technique, he immediately showed his weakness and chased further and further away. Wang Lin's expression was gloomy. He looked back at Li Muwen with a ruthless gaze. Li Muwen's heart skipped a beat. She knew she was dragging him down. She pursed her lips and quickly said, "This person is an elder of the Xian Wu cultivation sect. I don't know how he found out I have a distant heaven pill, but he didn't care about his status to come." Before she finished speaking, Wang Lin's eyes lit up and he said, "You have a distant heaven pill?" Wang Lin's gaze made Li Muwen extremely afraid. She was a very smart person, or else she wouldn't have said the words distant heaven pill. In order to get this person to teach her, she had to gamble. After all, this person was also from the country of Hofun. Falling into his hands was better than falling into the hands of that core formation cultivator. Thinking about this, she immediately said, "I don't have a prestige distant heaven pill, I only have a semi-finished product." Seeing Wang Lin's gaze, her eyes turned red and she quickly explained, "The Lu He Sect's distant heaven pill isn't a finished product, only a semi-finished product. However, you only need to refine it for half an hour to complete the final step and turn it into a prestige pill. Once the distant heaven pill is completed, it cannot be stored. It must be consumed within a year or else its effects will be greatly reduced." Wang Lin's mind raced. He originally wanted to go around to the Sea of Devils, but in order to get rid of the youth, he grabbed Li Muwen's soft hand and quickly changed directions toward the border of Hofun. Wang Lin had his own plans. He had 2 choices. One was to go to the peak of the Hofun Union. There were many powerful cultivators there, and it wasn't far. Once he got there, he would be saved. However, not to mention whether or not the core formation youth in Xian Wu would allow them to escape there, if Li Muwen changed her mind, it would be very difficult for him to get the distant heaven pill. The second choice was to go to the border of Hofun. Calculating the time, the fire beast should be on their way. Wang Lin didn't hesitate and chose the second option. The young man chased closely after him. Seeing that he was getting faster and faster, he let out an angry snort and pulled out a crystalline leaf from his bag of holding. After looking at it carefully for a moment, he tossed it forward. The leaf immediately grew larger, until it was about 3 meters long. The young man stepped onto the leaf, formed a seal with one hand and shouted, "Go!" The moment he finished speaking, the leaf quickly charged forward. It was so fast that it left behind an afterimage that only dissipated after a long time. The distance between the two sides was closed. Li Muwen's face became even more pale. She didn't dare to think about the consequences of being forced to fight. She couldn't help but complain about Wang Lin's decision to not go to the Ho Fen Union's peak. However, she only dared to think about it in her heart. She didn't dare to show it on her face. She was afraid that if she angered Wang Lin, he would throw her away. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he calculated the time in his heart. From the moment he found out that the formation had been broken until now, it had been around 6 hours. Not counting the time it took for his nascent soul to teleport and the time it took for the fire beasts to break the formation, the fire beasts must have already crossed the border of Ho Fen and entered Xian Wu. While calculating in his heart, Wang Lin's divine sense immediately detected a dense, red cloud sweeping toward him. When the young man in pursuit saw the red cloud, his expression immediately changed. Without any hesitation, he turned around and gave up on the chase, quickly flying away. With his status, he already knew the reason why Ho Fen invaded Xian Wu. All of this was because of the dense red cloud of fire beasts. The group of fire beasts was naturally very fast, and Wang Lin's earth escape technique was also very fast. The moment the two sides crossed each other, there was a large gap between them. Li Muwen's heart jumped as she watched the fire beasts fly further and further away. Her heart calmed down a bit, but she immediately reacted and exclaimed, "Stop, we should go report this. Aren't these fire beasts sealed by the country sealing formation?" Wang Lin coldly looked at her and said, "They already know. You don't need to worry." Just at this moment, a powerful divine sense suddenly appeared and swept across the area. It suddenly stopped on Wang Lin's body. Wang Lin knew this was bad. He took out a spirit liquid from his bag of holding and drank a large gulp. Without any hesitation, he grabbed Li Muwen and used the earth escape technique to its fullest. The fire beasts that had already flown far away suddenly stopped one by one. They let out heaven-shaking roars and turned around to chase after Zhao Jiuge. However, the distance between the two sides was very far and Wang Lin's reaction speed was very fast. Not only did he not slow down, he actually sped up. Although the fire beasts were chasing after him, they could only follow from far away. Li Muwen's divine sense noticed this strange scene and a strange thought appeared in her mind. She had a feeling that the target of these fire beasts was not the Ho Fen Union, but the cold youth in front of her. The true five-element escape technique was a powerful technique. Not only did it consume a large amount of spirit force, but it also had strict requirements for talent. However, Wang Lin only cultivated a branch of it, the pseudo-earth escape technique. Aside from the large amount of spirit force it consumed, it didn't have high requirements for talent. You could even slowly and accurately use it. Although Wang Lin hadn't comprehended it for a long time, he had used it many times. Now, he was very familiar with the earth escape technique. As for the consumption of spirit force, to put it bluntly, the thing that Wang Lin was least afraid of was the consumption of spirit force. After 3 days of using the earth escape technique, Wang Lin brought Li Muwen across the country of Ho Fen. The fire beasts behind him were getting closer and closer and their roars could be heard. At the border of Ho Fen, Wang Lin came out from underground. He looked at the sea of devils in the distance, and said to the exhausted Li Muwen, "Are you confident you can refine the distant heaven pill before the fire beasts catch up?" Right now, Li Muwen was afraid of Wang Lin from the bottom of her heart. She was certain that the target of the fire beasts was the person in front of her. Otherwise, there was no way the fire beasts would leave the Ho Fen Union alone and chase after him. Also, from the looks of it, the fire beasts seemed to have a deep hatred for this person. Most importantly, Li Muwen had some understanding of the earth escape technique. She knew that aside from core formation cultivators, It was impossible for Foundation establishment cultivators to use the Earth escape technique for 3 days in a row. She was very curious about the liquid that Wang Lin drank every time his spirit force weakened. Now that she heard Wang Lin's words, her face became even more pale. With her intelligence, how could she not guess the meaning behind his words? If she could make it, then perhaps he would give her a chance to live, such as luring the fire beasts away or letting her go. However, if she couldn't make it, then this cold young man would take away her incomplete distant heaven pill without any hesitation and leave her behind. Thinking about this, Li Muwen's body trembled. She had seen many cultivators torn apart by fire beasts and was extremely afraid. Wang Lin frowned. Right now, time was of the essence, but Li Muwen was in a daze. How could he know what Li Muwen was thinking? In reality, Li Muwen's guess was not completely correct. If she couldn't make it in a short period of time, then although Wang Lin would take away the incomplete distant heaven pill, he would also give her some life-saving treasures. Plus, the fire beast's target was him, so the chances of Li Muwen surviving were very high. When Li Muwen saw Wang Lin frown, her heart trembled. She bit her lips and said, Senior apprentice brother, there's too little time. I can't make it, but I know how to refine pills. I can refine almost all of the pills in the Lu He sect. I also remember a lot of ancient pill recipes. As long as I have the materials, I can refine them. Wang Lin was startled. He looked at Li Muwen a few times and saw a red light appear in the distance. He grabbed Li Muwen's arm and quickly rushed toward the Sea of Devils. Li Muwen didn't know that her words had tempted Wang Lin. From Wang Lin's point of view, Li Muwen was a moving pill furnace. If he used it well, his cultivation would increase greatly. This was something Wang Lin had learned from Sun Yotsai's life experience. The Sea of Devils was very large and the terrain was almost concave. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that it was a giant basin. However, there were many mountains in the basin. Although there were no trees, there were many strange plants. If one looked closely, they would find that these plants could be traced back to ancient sea plants. The season that Wang Lin entered was when the fog in the Sea of Devils was the thickest. Soon, the fog would turn into sea water. After 1 month of sea water, the sea water would suddenly evaporate and the place would once again be covered in fog. Li Muwen was pulled into the fog by Wang Lin. Her body trembled as she bit her lower lip and whispered, Senior apprentice brother, this is the Sea of Devils. Wang Lin coldly said, I know. Li Muwen let out a sigh and didn't say anything. The moment they entered the fog of the Sea of Devils, slivers of cold energy came from the fog. This feeling shocked Wang Lin. He didn't expect there to be cold spiritual energy here. He was pleasantly surprised. Compared to Ho Fun, the Sea of Devils was like a block of ice. It was a stark contrast to the heat of Ho Fun. This was the first time Li Muwen had come to the Sea of Devils. All the rumors she had heard about the Sea of Devils came to mind. Her face couldn't help but become even paler than before. Wang Lin stopped in the fog of the Sea of Devils. The fog here was not too thick, so he could see the border of Ho Fun in the distance. In the distance, there were red clouds and fire beasts gathered. However, they stopped at the border of the Sea of Devils. Aside from letting out angry roars, they didn't move forward. Gradually, more and more fire beasts gathered, but none of them took half a step into the Sea of Devils. It was as if there was an invisible barrier between the two of them. After a long time, a fire beast finally rushed out, but as soon as it touched the mist, it immediately let out a series of miserable cries. Its body rapidly shrank, emitting bursts of white smoke, and the color of its skin quickly changed from red to gray. This scene was like throwing a piece of hot coal that had just come out of the oven into ice water. When Wang Lin saw this, he felt a bit more at ease. According to his plan, if the fire beasts entered the fog, the creatures and cultivators in the Sea of Devils would be able to stop them. Also, the size of the Sea of Devils was thousands of times the size of Ho Fun. The map didn't say there was a big difference, but the description of the Sea of Devils clearly pointed out the difference. With how big the Sea of Devils was, if Wang Lin escaped, even if the fire beasts wanted to find him, they wouldn't be able to. Wang Lin's body moved in a flash. He grabbed Li Muan, the moving furnace, and quickly moved down through the fog. His G-realm divine sense spread out and carefully observed the surroundings. Opening a cave and quickly reaching the core formation stage was Wang Lin's only plan. Only by reaching the core formation stage and becoming the strongest cultivator under the nascent soul stage would he be able to survive in the Sea of Devils. Serene's secret order. Taoist elders and demonic cultivators, Serene is using his body to exchange for a monthly ticket. One monthly ticket can be exchanged for a nascent soul body. Men and women are not limited. Appearance, body, and talent are acceptable. If you have 2 monthly tickets, you can exchange for a soul transformation body. You will also be given a body possession manual. If you practice according to the manual, you will definitely be able to possess a body. I hope everyone will buy it quickly. The time limit is before the end of the month. Chapter 141. The fog in the Sea of Devils was very dense, and there was a hint of coldness in the fog. Not long after entering, Wang Lin's clothes were soaked by the fog and stuck to his body. It was very uncomfortable. He then looked at Li Muan. Her face was no longer pale and was now red. Her skin was smooth. Her clothes were also soaked by the mist, revealing her curvaceous and graceful body. She looked even more lovely and enchanting, like she was in a painting. Wang Lin only took one look before withdrawing his gaze. His heart wasn't affected at all. In his view, if Li Muan didn't know how to refine the distant heaven pill and was good at refining pills, he wouldn't have let her follow him. The Sea of Devils was a giant basin. Wang Lin had been going down for a long time and still hadn't reached the bottom. However, he could clearly feel that the deeper he went, the colder the yin energy became. Strange creatures began to appear in the fog. Some of these creatures gave off spiritual energy that made Wang Lin's heart skip a beat. Luckily, he was very careful and didn't encounter any danger along the way. Li Muan was very nervous. She had heard too many rumors about the Sea of Devils. There was no logic here. Strength was the only weapon. Also, there weren't many female cultivators in the Sea of Devils. Once a female cultivator was found, unless they had a powerful backer, their fate would be very miserable. Before the upheaval in Hofun, there was a large amount of cultivators stationed at the border of the Sea of Devils. Many of them were nascent soul cultivators. Their purpose was to prevent demonic cultivators from escaping and plundering the Sea of Devils. Luckily, most of the powerful forces in the Sea of Devils were at the center of the Sea of Devils. Most of them were small forces, so as long as they were on guard, they wouldn't be able to cause too much trouble. Wang Lin didn't know how long he flew for, but he suddenly stopped. Li Muan couldn't stop fast enough, and almost crashed into his back. Wang Lin's eyes were cold as he looked into the fog and said, "Get the hell out here." 3 thin and tall figures appeared in the fog. However, it was impossible to see their appearances clearly because of the fog. One of the 3 was a male cultivator, and one of them spoke in a sharp voice. "How dare you? This is the territory of my fighting evil sect. If you know what's good for you, leave the female cultivator behind. Otherwise..." Before he could finish speaking, Wang Lin snorted coldly. "Noisy. Die." The map said that there was no reason in the Sea of Devils, only the strong were respected. With a wave of his right hand, his G-realm divine sense instantly spread out. The 3 opponents were only at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm, so Wang Lin could kill them as he pleased. In the blink of an eye, red lightning flashed in the eyes of the 3. Their bodies trembled, and their eyes filled with confusion. Their divine senses were destroyed, and they died. Wang Lin walked forward. After collecting their bags of holding, he kicked the 3 corpses into the fog. Then he didn't even look at them as he quickly moved forward. Li Muwen looked at the scene before her in horror. This was the first time she had seen Wang Lin make a move. The 3 of them were at the middle stage of the Foundation establishment realm like her, but they didn't even have the ability to resist and died just like that. Her heart trembled as she looked at Wang Lin's back. She suddenly remembered half a month ago when her brother, Li Qiqing, told her about the battle at the Spirit Vein near the border of Xian Wu that involved more than 1,000 people. At the beginning of the battle, a very strange thing happened in Xian Wu. All the Foundation establishment cultivators mysteriously died during the battle and fell from the sky. If it was 1 or 2, it wouldn't be a big deal, but there were less than 200 Foundation establishment cultivators, and almost half of them died mysteriously. When she first heard about it, she thought it was just a rumor and didn't take it seriously. However, now that she saw the 3 mid-stage Foundation establishment cultivators silently die, she couldn't help but think about that battle. She was behind Wang Lin. Her voice trembled as she asked, Senior apprentice brother, which brigade were you in the Hofen Union? Wang Lin didn't even turn his head as he coldly said, the 10th Brigade. When the words, 10th Brigade, entered Li Muwen's ears, it was like thunder. She clearly remembered that her brother told her that Hofun's side was the 10th Brigade. Now she was almost certain that this cold young man was the one who caused the deaths of a large number of Foundation establishment cultivators in Xianwu. Thinking about this, the last trace of resistance in her heart disappeared. She couldn't bring herself to retreat at all. However, shortly after, she suddenly remembered a strange spell she saw in the Luo Hesek's scripture pavilion. She couldn't help but blurt out, "What you just used, was it the death spell?" Wang Lin was a bit startled, but his expression didn't change at all. He didn't stop and asked, "You also know the death spell?" After hearing Wang Lin's words, Li Muwen was even more certain that he was using the legendary death spell. Rumor has it that the death spell was an auspicious spell that was extremely difficult to learn. Once it was learned, all the user needed to do was say the word, die, and anyone they looked at would immediately die. This spell was known as the most vicious demonic spell in the ancient times. Rumor has it that to learn this spell, one needed to combine 3 energies into one. The first energy was Yin energy. The Yin energy referred to a woman's primordial Yin. The Yin energy referred to the Yin energy of a woman. The second energy was death energy. It absorbed the energy of corpses and bones to form death energy. It leaned towards Yin energy, but its essence was like heaven and earth. The third energy was killing intent. After killing to a certain degree, the body would naturally produce a will. This will, after cultivation, would transform into killing intent. After combining the 3 energies into one and going through a 9 out of 10 elimination, the survivor would be able to start mastering the death spell. Once one cultivated the death spell, they would have to endure unimaginable pain every day and go through a 9 out of 10 elimination every 3 years. After going through several cycles like this, the death spell would be considered weak. If one continued to cultivate it, the chances of one dying would be even higher. According to calculations, if one cultivated the death spell, the chances of one becoming strong were almost 0. Although the power of this divine ability was great, it was too vicious. Even people of the Devil Dao would rarely cultivate it. After hearing Li Muwen's trembling voice explain the death spell, Wang Lin's expression changed and he remained silent. His silence made Li Muwen even more afraid. Her heart couldn't stop pounding. After walking in the Sea of Devils for a while, Wang Lin finally sank to the bottom of the sea. The fog here was even thicker and the Yin energy was even thicker. Wang Lin stared at the ground and pondered for a while. Then he took a few steps back and jumped around until he found a tall mountain at the bottom of the sea. He stood on a giant rock, slapped his bag of holding, and threw out a flying sword. He pointed at the mountain with his right hand and the flying sword immediately flew out. The sound of metal colliding could be heard. Wang Lin frowned. The hardness of the mountain was beyond his imagination. The flying sword had little effect on it. He let out a snort and slapped his bag of holding again. Suddenly, more than 30 flying swords flew out. His G-realm divine sense condensed on each flying sword. They immediately turned into a rain of swords that bombarded the mountain. As a result, his progress was greatly improved. A cave quickly appeared in the middle of the mountain. Along the way, Li Muan was already used to Wang Lin's actions. She secretly thought that if this guy could successfully cultivate the death spell, then it wouldn't be strange for him to be able to control more than 30 flying swords. Although she knew that controlling more than 30 flying swords was very demanding on a cultivator's divine sense, she still couldn't control them. Time slowly passed. A large cave was dug in the middle of the mountain. There were 4 stone rooms inside the cave. It was a simple cave. Wang Lin's eyes lit up. He took out spirit stones from his bag of holding and placed a formation around the cave. When Li Muan saw the formation, her eyes revealed a look of surprise. But after looking at the formation, the surprise in her eyes faded and was replaced with a faint trace of disdain. However, she quickly concealed it. However, this trace of disdain was still noticed by Wang Lin. Although he had been setting up the formation, his divine sense had never left Li Muan. Even on the way here, it was still the same. If Li Muan made any strange movements, Wang Lin wouldn't have any pity for her. He would kill her without hesitation. Wang Lin put away the spirit stones in his hand. Without turning around, he coldly said, "I plan to stay in this cave for a long time. If someone breaks the formation, I can just leave. As for you, you can only rely on yourself." With that, he turned around and looked at Li Muan. Li Muan clenched her teeth. Without another word, she floated forward and took out a small black flag from her bag of holding. After placing the flags around the cave, she was still a bit worried. So she continued to set up more formations. Finally, she reorganized the formations that Wang Lin had set up and linked them together. After that, she hesitated for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and took out a large piece of crystal blue beast bone. Using a flying sword, she cut it into several pieces. With a serious expression on her face, she carefully calculated and placed one of the pieces into position. Then, she began to calculate again. By the time all 18 pieces of beast bone were in position, 6 hours had passed. Sweat appeared on Li Muan's forehead. She looked exhausted and said, "Including the ones you set up, there are a total of 214 formations. However, these are only elementary formations and can only prevent foundation establishment cultivators from entering. Just now, I used the crystal beast bone to set up the 9 skeletal abandonment formation. Because there aren't many spirit beast bones, it can only display 30% of its power. However, even a core formation cultivator will be able to block them for at least 2 hours. I only have that many crystal beast bones. If I want the formation to be even stronger, I'll need more." With that, she tossed out a jade slip. Wang Lin caught it and scanned it with his divine sense. It contained the method to enter the 9 skeletal abandonment formation. After carefully reading it, Wang Lin crushed the jade slip, looked at Li Muan, and pointed forward. Li Muan knew that he couldn't trust her, so she didn't resist. She walked into the formation. Wang Lin's eyes narrowed. He left a strand of divine sense on Li Muan's body and followed her in. After safely passing through the formation and entering the cave, Li Muan took out a small flag from her bag of holding. She gently waved it, and suddenly, the formation outside the cave began to activate. A dense fog appeared. From the outside, it was impossible to see anything wrong with this place. Even if you walked in, you would only be able to see the mountain, not the cave. Inside the cave, Wang Lin's gaze looked up and down at Li Muan. His gaze caused Li Muan's face to turn even paler. She took a few steps back and whispered, "Senior apprentice brother, should I refine the distant heaven pill for you now?" Wang Lin shook his head and said, "I don't dare to eat the pill you refine." Li Muan's eyes immediately turned red. She silently lowered her head. After a long time, she raised her head, revealing her tear-stained face. She softly said, "Senior apprentice brother saved my life. What do I need to do for you to trust me? Just tell me." At this moment, she was extremely beautiful. Wang Lin wasn't moved by Li Muan's beauty. His expression was still the same as before as he calmly said, "I don't want to force you, so I won't ask for too much. You only need to refine enough pills for me before I reach the core formation stage. Once I reach the core formation stage, I'll send you out of the Sea of Devils. However, during this time, I need you to hand over your soul blood to ensure that there won't be any problems when refining the pills." Li Muan pondered a little and firmly nodded. She touched her brow and forced out a drop of blood. Her soul entered the drop of blood and then it floated toward Wang Lin. After Wang Lin caught it, he threw out several bags of holding and said, "All the materials are here. See what kind of pills you can refine." Li Muan checked with her divine sense and immediately exclaimed, This is desolate wood root, there is also yellow pill grass, there is even burning gold root, sky spirit grass." The more she looked, the more shocked she became. Most of the materials in the bags of holding were used to refine pills. Some of them were even extinct in Hofun. Only the disciples that returned from the foreign battleground every 100 years would bring back some. Wang Lin rubbed his chin and threw out more than 10 bags of holding. These were all his spoils of war. All the treasures and spirit stones had been taken by him, leaving behind these materials that he didn't recognize. Now was the perfect time for Li Muan to identify them. After checking all of the bags of holding, Li Muan's face lit up. Her face was now filled with excitement. She grabbed the bags of holding and asked, "Senior apprentice brother, I can use these as I please, right?" Wang Lin nodded and said, "I only want high-grade pills. As for the process, you can do as you please." For the first time, Li Muan smiled at Wang Lin. She smiled sweetly and confidently said, "Senior apprentice brother, don't worry. I calculated that with these materials, I can refine around 300 yellow spirit pills, 50 poison avoidance pills, and other pills with different effects. Once I'm done, I'll introduce them to Senior apprentice brother. Senior brother, among the materials you have, there is one that is the most precious. It is this blood-sucking vines." As she spoke, she took out a seemingly limitless red piece of wood from a storage bag. This blood-sucking vine is one of the main ingredients for the distant heaven pill. It is also the most important material. I have only seen this blood-sucking vine in ancient books. This is the first time I've seen the real thing. With it, I'm confident I can refine a distant heaven pill. However, the effect will be a bit weaker. After all, I need to find substitutes for the other herbs. Wang Lin's expression was calm as he said, "I won't ask about the matter of refining pills." He muttered to himself for a bit and said, "I'm going to go out for a while. I'll be back in at least 3 days and at most half a month. Be careful." With that, he was about to leave. Li Muan hesitated for a bit and quickly said, "Senior apprentice brother, can you help me find a cauldron when you go out? The other herbs are fine since I can use the cauldron I carry with me. However, if I use a normal cauldron to refine the distant heaven pill, the success rate will only be 50%. In the past, the refinement of the distant heaven pill was done using the sect's worldly furnace." Wang Lin frowned and glanced at Li Muan. After a moment of silence, he didn't say anything and walked out of the cave. Li Muan secretly sighed. She didn't want to lie to him before, but she was worried that if she told him the truth, he would leave her behind. However, now that they had reached this point and she had even handed over the soul blood, she had to tell him about the success rate of the distant heaven pill. Otherwise, if something were to happen in the future, he might take his anger out on her. After leaving the cave, Wang Lin determined the direction and looked at the continent of Zhao across the Sea of Devils. His eyes became cold as he muttered to himself, Ting Huayuan, I'm about to reach the core formation stage. Once I reach the nascent soul stage, I'll slaughter my way back to Zhao and wash your Ting family city in blood. You can't die early. Stay alive and wait for me to return. The coldness in his eyes disappeared as he used the earth escape technique and quickly moved forward. His purpose for going out was to find the bones of spirit beasts. According to Li Muan, the 9-skeleton formation would only be able to display its full power if he added more spirit beast bones. Wang Lin knew that he was about to go into closed-door cultivation to break through to the core formation stage. In this dangerous sea of devils, he needed a relatively safe cave to ensure that nothing would go wrong. Also, the refining technique Wang Lin learned from the War God's shrine also required the bones of spirit beasts to make a reaction furnace. With these two factors combined, he was determined to get the bones of spirit beasts. According to the description of the Sea of Devils, there were a lot of spirit beasts in the fog. In addition, there were also the bones of dead spirit beasts scattered at the bottom of the sea. However, most of these bones had been dug out by others, so even after walking for a long time, Wang Lin still hadn't found a single one. Adding on the fact that the fog was very thick, his vision was almost useless. He could only use his divine sense to check his surroundings. As he was walking, Wang Lin's expression changed, and he quickly took a few steps back. He saw a dim sword light come out from the fog behind him and flash by where Wang Lin was. Wang Lin's cultivation had already reached the peak of the foundation establishment stage, so he was able to clearly see the cultivator in the sword light. The cultivator was about 40 years old and was at the early stage of foundation establishment. His face was dark purple and his breathing was short. It was clear that he had been poisoned, which caused the spiritual energy in his body to be in a mess, making it hard for him to control his flying sword. As soon as the sword light flew past, another ray of light immediately shot over and chased after it. Wang Lin revealed a strange expression. The person chasing the foundation establishment cultivator was a young cultivator at the peak of the 15th layer of qi condensation. His face was like jade and his eyes were long and slender. There was a hint of evil on his face. The evil-looking young man held a piece of black beast bone in his hand. As he chased after them, he constantly blew at the beast bone. Every time he blew, a wisp of black smoke would rise from the beast bone. The moment the smoke appeared, it immediately turned into a thin thread that quickly caught up to the foundation establishment cultivator in front of it and drilled into his body. Senior apprentice brother, hurry up and run. Junior apprentice brother really wants to see how long you can last with 16 different poisons in your body. The evil-looking young man blew on the beast bone and continued, Senior apprentice brother, I spent a long time preparing these 16 poisons. Otherwise, with your foundation establishment cultivation, I wouldn't dare to attack you. Now, you won't be able to run. The middle-aged man clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. The flying sword under his feet was crooked as he staggered forward. The evil-looking young man unhurriedly said, Senior apprentice brother, you are already very old. Why don't you let me use the foundation stealing technique to kill you? Wang Lin looked at the beast bone in the young man's hand with great interest. His body slightly moved and he quietly followed. After the middle-aged man heard the young man's words, he didn't turn his head and hoarsely cursed, Sang Muya, you murderous bastard. If it weren't for me pleading on your behalf, how could Master accept you as a disciple? Aren't you afraid of Master finding out that you've done such a malicious thing to a fellow disciple? The evil-looking young man laughed wildly and said, Master? Hee, senior apprentice brother, if master didn't tacitly approve of this, how could I dare to brazenly use the bone poison to sneak attack you? The middle-aged man's body trembled, and he spat out a mouthful of black blood. His body immediately became dispirited, and he tumbled down from the flying sword. The evil-looking young man coldly snorted a few times and flew 10 meters away from the middle-aged man's body. He controlled the flying sword and pierced through the middle-aged man's corpse several times. Only then did he confirm that the middle-aged man was dead. He picked up the corpse and was about to leave. Suddenly, he stopped and stared at the black shadow standing in the thick fog in front of him. Cold sweat immediately appeared on his forehead. When he was chasing after his senior apprentice brother, he had spread out his divine sense with all his might. There was clearly no one nearby. But now the opposite party had unexpectedly appeared in front of him. His cultivation was certainly far above his own. He put down the corpse and hastily cupped his hands and bowed. The evil expression on his face was replaced with a simple and honest expression. He respectfully said, "Junior is fighting evil sect's disciple Sang Muya. Senior, why have you blocked my path? Junior will certainly do his utmost." Wang Lin slowly walked out of the dense fog and coldly swept a glance at the opposite party. The young man's originally simple and honest expression suddenly jumped under Wang Lin's gaze. He suddenly felt as if he had been seen through by the opposite party. His heart suddenly trembled with fear. This kind of feeling only appeared when he faced his master, but his master was already half a step into the peak of the core formation stage. Could it be that this person in front of him, who looked to be about the same age as him, was actually a pseudo-core cultivator? The young man's heart trembled and his expression became even more respectful. "Give me your animal bone," Li Xiandao said. Wang Lin's voice was cold without any emotion. The more he acted like this, the more flustered Sang Muya became. He grew up in the Sea of Devils and was influenced by demonic cultivators. Although his cultivation level wasn't high, he had cultivated a pair of devil knowledge eyes. He knew that the great devils with high cultivation levels were often cold and ruthless. He had seen many demonic cultivators with this kind of coldness before. However, they were all imitations and weren't truly ruthless. But this senior in front of him, this kind of coldness seemed to come from the soul. Especially the opposite party's double limit, it made him feel a chill from the bottom of his heart. He quickly threw the beast bone in his hand and didn't dare to have any thoughts of resisting. To be continued. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.